Yo, what's good? What's good? What's good? What's good? Wigmade 912 back in y'all area. We about to get into it, y'all. Make sure y'all hit that like button on the way in. Shout out to all my mods. Salute David Johnson. Peacefully, I see ya. V Chance, I see ya. Susan Sago, I see ya. Salute the Lovelace, David Johnson, Iceberg Johnson. I'm sorry, I said Iceberg Johnson. Iceberg Thoughts, I see you, my guy. Yeah, man, I'm gonna drop the links for any of my, brothers that want to come up here and help share with this content. Anybody that want to come and help share with the content, come up here, speak your mind on what we got going on with these babies in the area. Yeah, I know we all concerned parents and everything. So when we see stuff like this, we all want to give our piece. So, I'm not gonna be shy about letting anybody up and, come on up and say whatever you want to say about the situation. We're gonna get into it in a little bit. We're giving everybody a chance to come in. We're gonna give it to the 5-minute mark. If you ain't here by 5 minutes, then they don't want to see it, We ain't talking about somebody else, some people only want to hear the drama about other people in the sector. But sometimes we just want to know what's going on in the world, so ears to the streets, gonna keep his ears to the street and let y'all know what's going on in the world. So, we'll get to the drama later, but for right now, we're gonna get through this. So the link is dropped. If anybody decide to come up, please only come up about the subject only. If you coming up about anything other than the subject, I will throw you off of this panel very fast. I'm talking about quick, like in a hurry. So salute 421 TV. Salute to Siobhan Joy. I hope I say that right. Please forgive me if I don't. J Free, salute. Chicky Channel TV, salute to you. Grand Rising, Ann Perry, salute to you, ma'am. Good to see you. Salute Andrea Smith, good to see you. But yeah, we're gonna start at about let's start at the 6-minute mark, y'all. Let me go get me something to drink real quick. I'm off today, so I'm about to get loose on a little brown. I still got me a half a bottle of Crown Royal. So I'm about to take me some sips. This the first thing we're gonna do today of a couple of streams. We're gonna have more streams today. So we're gonna start it out with some just good news. And we're gonna get on some wabbits later. I don't want to disappoint y'all. We're gonna get some wabbits later, but we're gonna get this business out the way first. Is that okay with everybody? Is that okay with everybody? Salute to my dog, Deron BTV. Salute to Machine Fit. Salute to what we got here? King Gil Mike. We got Oliver Green Apartments in the building, in the area. Salute to Oliver Green Apartments in the area. Man, I love to see new names in the area, y'all. This is what my haters hate, man. We grow over here. Even when we do stuff that ain't related to what I usually do, I don't care. I don't mind lower numbers because I know when the people come in, the people that do come in, they're going to be people that want to know new stuff. They're going to be new subscribers. So we'll take a smaller crowd just to get a few new people. You know what I mean? When I do those wabbits earlier, later on, the normal people going to come in. But for right now, we gonna learn what's going on in the world. We're going to start with this because we all got some babies out here, and we want to keep our minds open. We want to keep our ears to the street. So y'all enjoy the content, man. I'm going to go take a bathroom break real quick before I get started. We'll get into it. We're going to talk about this, y'all. So salute to the chat. Y'all enjoyed the ride music. Salute to Line Locks. I see you back in the area, Line Locks. Salute to you, my brother. Salute to El Hombre Negro. You say over 6 teachers got shot too? Well, we'll look into that. We'll look into that. We're gonna look into that. We'll look into all of it. You know what I mean? Glad to see you over here, El Hombre. And it ain't about the drama. Let's see about these 6 teachers, man. Joshua Hawkins, what's good, my brother? All right, y'all, we about to get started. I'm sorry for the delay. I'm headed back to my computer right now. I'm just getting me a little drink. And we about to go ahead and get started with with one of today's shows. One of today's shows. So I dropped the link. If anybody want to come up, put in your 2 cents. It must stick with the topic though. We are not talking about other topics. I'll come back on the live later on today and we can talk shit and all that stuff like that about the other stuff or whatever. But the link is open only for the topic only, y'all. Only for the topic only. I'm making that clear. Come up here and you ask about anything other than the topic. I'm throwing you off the panel. Respect. All right. So we got about 43 people in the area. I think that's enough to get started. I think that's a big enough crowd. We don't have to have hundreds of people. I know people will catch the playback. To the people that are in here, make sure y'all hit that like button, man. That's how we grow. Y'all share the content. Maybe some people that are not getting it in the algorithm because, you know, when you don't talk about bull ass, you know, YouTube don't send it out like they do when you're talking about the BS. So y'all go ahead and share the content and let's get started. Let's go. And salute to my bad, I missed you, Jay Free. Salute to Jay Free, man. Jay Free started that $10 challenge, man. That's what's up. I appreciate Jay Free for that $10 challenge, man. Y'all don't be shy, man. You know, don't be shy. Don't be thinking because a brother got a job that you ain't gotta look at. That you shouldn't look at just because a brother got a job, man. Don't feel like that. You know what I mean? Y'all tip those bums that all they do is talk about me. You know? Don't be scared to tip. Don't be scared to tip a man because he works. Yeah, don't be scared to tip a man because he got a job. I work hard, y'all. Mom Boss, salute to Mom Boss. Marseille W. I don't know what's wrong with these 6 women, man. I'm not gonna say I'm glad it's only white women, but I'm so glad not to be seeing our women, you know what I'm saying, on these news articles. All right, let's go. Let me pull down my thing here. Pull this down. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I ain't gonna cap. I'm so glad not to be seeing our women being a part of this new era of I want to sleep with a teenage boy era. It seems like these white women on a shortage of men or something, man. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with them. I can only say I only see white women doing it right now. Well, we did see that one black woman, but she was messing with 2 girls. The one black woman that we did see, she was messing with 2 girls. But y'all, let me show y'all the article, or whatever. I'm not sure if there's actual a news article. I actually the other day, remember I told y'all I had a story for y'all tonight. This was actually the story that I had for y'all. But when I got down, when I got off and I started looking for it, I had a hard time finding it again. I was like, dang, why is this story like buried so much? You know what I mean? It's like when it comes to stories like this, they put it on these odd backup websites and stuff where like the mainstream media, they don't want to cover it for some reason. You would think that you would see this all down your timeline on YouTube and all on your timeline on MSN or whatever, whatever, whatever. But I had actually seen a little article of this on YouTube, but when it had disappeared. Let me see if I can pull it back up because I think it was a news article. Let's see, 6 features. Let me see if I can pull it on. See if there's a YouTube article on it. Do that. Let's see if I can find this news article that they had. So, oh, here it is. Here it is. Okay. So I got the news article for y'all so they can read it out to y'all. And you always like, look at this, y'all. When I found this news article, I had to find it on a weird old backup news channel. Why CNN, Fox News, all the main news channels? You don't see it on them. I had to find it on some kind of Indian TV news channel. Look at this, y'all. Look who is reporting on some American news about women in America, white women in America, sleeping with students. Salute Inner Energy. I see, babe. Yeah, yeah. I just pulled it up on YouTube, y'all, and not one major network. Let me check. Let me check before I make that accusation. False accusation. Let me check real quick. Maybe I'm wrong. Let me see, because I just literally had to put it in the search bar, and nope, 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 nope. But there is a lot of stories though. We got an Arizona teacher. That was 4 years ago. 6 local teachers, coaches arrested for misconduct, including students in the school. That was Now here's another story right here, y'all, that I didn't cover. Here, we'll talk about that one too. Yeah. Let me hold that one. I put that one to the side. We got, hey, as we on the fly right now, finding more stories about teachers, about teachers having sex with students on the fly right now. Hold on, I gotta open up a whole new tab. But hey, let me get all these stories together. I should have did this for. I was only talking about one story, but hell, I done found 2 more stories. Hold up, y'all. Let me make sure I got this in the vote for y'all. Yes, sir. Yeah, we're gonna talk about all this. Let me see what else they got. Let me see if it's another story I missed. We already got the teacher of the year. That's the main story that they pushing out, the teacher of the year. Uh but let me see if there's a couple of other ones that happened recently. Cause they hide these stories real good, y'all. They don't want to talk about these white women that's out here messing with these young boys. The They talking about one teacher that's allowing kids to fight inside the school. I seen that story before. I seen the kids that's about these teachers in here sleeping with the kids. See, I see so many stories about this one teacher that allegedly encouraged kids to fight in her class, which I don't see the big deal with it. Like when I was in school, they used to put me in classes where we had beef. They wouldn't go ahead and let us go ahead and, you know what I'm saying, get it out the way. Oh man. Dang, I see a black woman, y'all. A Snapchat video supposedly showing Lakeland substitute teacher having sex with student. That was a year ago. We don't hear about these stories though, y'all. But let me get back to what I want to stay focused. I just wanted to make sure, see if they had any more stories about what we looking for. But I think they only got these two. So we're just gonna keep these two and roll with them. So oh, this some bullshit, y'all. The video I sent, the video I found. Let me let y'all see this. Hold on, my bad. I'm stalling too much. Let me let y'all see this, y'all. Let me let y'all see this. Show y'all how this some bullshit. Right. We know this story is an American story, right? It's American white
ଛାତ୍ରଙ୍କ
women.
ସହିତ
When it's American white women sitting here sleeping with these kids, look what this the only story on YouTube that's showing this, y'all. And guess what?
ଶିକ୍ଷୟିତ୍ରୀଙ୍କ ଯୌନ ସମ୍ପର୍କ 2 ଦିନରେ ଗିରଫ
It's in
ହୋଇଛନ୍ତି
Indian
6
or
ଶିକ୍ଷୟିତ୍ରୀ।
whatever language this is.
ଆମେରିକାର ଜଣେ 38 ବର୍ଷିଆ
They
ଶିକ୍ଷୟିତ୍ରୀ
got to tell about an
ଏଲେନ୍ ସେଙ୍କ
American
ନାଁରେ
story,
3rd ଡିଗ୍ରୀ ରେପ୍ ଦଫା ଲାଗିଛି। 2
and
ଜଣ
you ain't got
17
no
ବର୍ଷୀୟ
Americans talking
ବାଳକଙ୍କ
about it.
ସହିତ ଜୋର ଜବରଦସ୍ତ ଯୌନ ସମ୍ପର୍କ ରଖିଥିଲେ ଏଲେନ୍। ତାଙ୍କ ବିରୋଧରେ ଅପରାଧିକ ମାମଲା ହୋଇଛି।
Ain't that some
ଏଲେନ୍
shit?
ଉଡଲାଣ୍ଡ ପ୍ରାଥମିକ ସ୍କୁଲର ଶିକ୍ଷୟିତ୍ରୀ। ଅନ୍ୟ ଜଣେ
Ain't
ଶିକ୍ଷୟିତ୍ରୀ
this
କ୍ରିଷ୍ଟେନ୍ ଗାଣ୍ଟ ଜଣେ
ain't this some shit,
ନାବାଳକ
y'all?
ସହିତ 5 ଥର ଯୌନ
We
ସମ୍ପର୍କ
want to know
ରଖିଥିଲେ।
about this
ସ୍କୁଲ
story,
ଭିତରେ
but
ଏବଂ
the
ସ୍କୁଲ
only
ବାହାରେ
person
ଯୌନ
telling it,
ସମ୍ପର୍କ ରଖିଥିଲେ।
only
ଗିରଫ
motherfucker on YouTube
କ୍ରିଷ୍ଟେନ୍‌ଙ୍କ
telling. I
ବୟସ
literally
36
typed it
ବର୍ଷ।
in the
ଗିରଫ ହୋଇଥିବା 6
y'all.
ଶିକ୍ଷୟିତ୍ରୀଙ୍କ
I
ମଧ୍ୟରୁ
literally typed it in
4
the
ଜଣଙ୍କ
description,
ବୟସ
and this is
30
the
ରୁ
only
40 ବର୍ଷ
person
ଭିତରେ।
telling this
2
story.
ଜଣଙ୍କ ବୟସ 25 ରୁ 30।
What's up with that, y'all? What is up with that? 6 female teachers arrested for sexual misconduct with students in U.S. The only person that has a news article about it is an Indian network or whatever language that is network. Ain't that crazy, y'all? Why is they bearing this story? Why they bearing this story, y'all? That's amazing. Well, matter of fact, I might have found one more. Hold up. I might have found one more. Yeah, pedophilia runs deep. I might have found one more. Let's try this one.
This school year alone, at least half a dozen teachers in our viewing area have been arrested or indicted on misconduct charges. Now, those charges range from having sex with a student to possessing child pornography. ABC 3340's Muriel Bailey looked into this crisis in the classroom. So, Muriel, how can this be prevented?
Well, Pam, I put that question to a local school
Fair
superintendent
use
and
for
spoke with the state
educational
superintendent of
purposes.
education, Dr. Eric Mackey. They explained the hiring process and what happens during an investigation into a teacher. Just 1 month into the 2022-23 school year, the arrest started. Since then, at least 6 teachers and or coaches have been arrested, charged.
Oh, damn. I spoke too soon, y'all. We got some black folks. We got black folks. Hold up. I spoke too soon, y'all. We got black folks. They quick to bring them black men out. Yeah, that's why this story here in English. You got some black men in this one. That's why they ain't mind bringing this one to the forefront, y'all. Yeah, they didn't mind bringing this one to the forefront. Yeah, we got to go to news station to other countries just to get our own news. But when you got some niggas you want to throw up there, oh yeah, we got you on the news right here. Come here. We got the news right here. Yeah, look at these niggas. Yeah, these niggas, these men.
And what happens during an investigation into a teacher. Just 1 month into the 2022-23 school year, the arrest started. Since then, at least 6.
Now let's look at what we got here. Let me take this caption off. I don't know who the hell out of here this caption get on here. All right. Now, when we got a weird looking dude. He looked like he might be messing with kids. Here she look like she don't get none. So yeah, she went out that young one. Brother, damn, he looked like he worked like he looked like he wanted a substitute coaches or something.
Teachers and or coaches have been arrested, charged, or indicted for rape, having sex with a student.
Damn, did they say the R word with one of them? Got the brother right here, Michael Montgomery, Adam Lewis. Like, damn, bro, Arthur Clark. These are coaches, y'all.
Student or possessing child pornography. Some in the community voiced their concerns on social media. One person wrote, "As a 40-year education veteran, I'm disgusted every time this happens." Another posted, "It's getting to where it's not safe to send kids to school, period. If it's not shootings, it's pedophiles." A third said, "It's to a point
Now
now in
that's a
life where we
big
trust
statement
absolute."
right there, y'all. Like, I ain't gonna lie. I don't have any young kids where I gotta send them to school. You know what I'm saying? But I would be a little concerned, you know what I'm saying? Like, cause if it ain't school shootings, it ain't all this influence from, you know, the LGBTQ community and all that stuff like that. Now you got this. And you can't, it ain't just your little girls, you know, it's your little boys too. And then when it's coming to your little girls, everybody say, "Oh, watch the men," but hell, you gotta watch some of these females because they trying to turn your little girl out. Some of these lesbian teachers, they trying to get your little girl her first little kiss and all that type shit. Say I had two cousins sleeping with teachers when we was in school. One of my cousins caught crabs from one of the teachers. Damn, caught crabs. I know it wasn't funny then, but shit, that's funny now. Hey, I had a homeboy that was smashing one of my teachers, man. I mean, we didn't say nothing because it would have been wrong for us to snitch on the homeboy. But I had a homeboy in like 7th grade when we was in 6th and 7th grade in middle school. But my homeboy, I ain't gonna lie, that nigga looked like he was probably like 18. He was big. He was already growing facial hair and shit. He was kind of tall. He was already like 6 foot tall. But he was only 14 years old. Either way you cut it. Yeah, he was a tall 14-year-old with a damn beard damn near. But he was only 14 years old. The teacher, she used to let us come by her house all the time. You know, we used to come over there and kick it and shit. We'll be all outside bullshitting. I mean, we'll be all in, you know, her rooms playing video games and all that shit. My homeboy be in there knocking our ass down. And we didn't think nothing was wrong with it, but when you look at it, you like, damn, what the hell that grown ass woman wanted with that 14-year-old boy? Blue Lala 8. Now that I look back at it, I'm like, what the hell did that grown woman want with that 14-year-old boy? It happened to me in high school. I slept with a teacher as well at the age of 15. Look at that. We got a witness, y'all. It happens all the time. It just don't get reported all the time. Salute, Manama. Mano Mo. I hope I said that right. I appreciate you for pulling up. You one of the people that they hate on. They hate having all these new members, man. We appreciate y'all for pulling up. But yeah, let's get back into this story. This is just the news article that I found. Now, I'm gonna have to read out everything because they don't want to plaster it all over the news like they do with everything else.
No one with our kids. It's always the one you least expect. Makes me sick to my stomach. Sylacauga City School Superintendent Dr. Michelle Eller says background checks are done on a state level.
The State Department does.
Yeah, background checks are done, but a background check only count if they got caught. Yeah, background check only work if the person done did it before and they got caught. Of course, a person ain't even gonna apply if they know that damn they done got caught before. Duh. A person ain't gonna come in like, yeah, I know I'm a pedophile. I'm gonna still try to get this school job. Nah, it don't work like that. It don't work like that. Let me make sure I pin this link at the top. Anybody want to come up, give a testimony or anything? We open for that today, you know what I mean? But make sure y'all stick to the subject. Oh shit. Let me pin that link real quick. We got more to get into, y'all. I got to read the articles real quick, but I want other people to be able to have a chance to put in on it if they would like to. Because of course I can't read all the messages. I try to, but you know my eyes be all over the place. Hold on, what we got there? Where was these teachers when I was in my 10th grade? Yeah, hey, I ain't gonna lie. They was out there, but I was an ugly little something when I was in my early years. I had to grow into myself. I was a little nappy headed boy. Now when I got to 11th, 12th grade, now I started looking better because I had some money. Yeah, money make it look a little better. Time to drink. But yeah, before then, boy, I was a little nappy head, little black, gap teeth boy. Yeah, the teachers there make an exception when you're a handsome little something. All my homeboys that was smashing teachers, they was a little taller. They looked older than what they looked. I looked at my age. I actually looked at younger than my age. They were like, "Oh yeah, that little nigga too young."
All the background checking for new teachers, new hires. We send them that information. They do the background check, fingerprinting.
On the local level, the school checks references. Do you think that interview process needs to be tougher?
I think you've got circumstances that sometimes are unforeseen. And I think that, there's some things that, people make choices. And even though those may not have been choices they made previously, they've made it now.
Ellers.
See, to me, this just is my opinion. I don't think a background check can. Well, I mean, it can help out, but I don't think that it'll do like a wonderful, like it'll stop everything. That now look my age as a young one. I don't think a background check will stop everything. Of course, a background check will at least let you know what's on the surface. But I think they gotta have I think what they need. This is my opinion. I think they need to start hiring like an outside eye, like a spy. You know what I'm saying? Like a person that you think is a janitor, somebody that don't be paying no attention, but they come around and they just kind of monitor the teachers' everyday activity. You know what I'm saying? You think that they're a janitor, you think they coming in there mopping the floor, but they peeping in the door when you in there one-on-one with those kids. You know what I mean? They just bust in the room, act like, oh yeah, I'm just getting the trash. Yeah, here's what kind of conversation you got going on. Act like they in the, wiping down tables and all that. You know what I mean? They should have little secret recording devices around. You in a public area. You ain't got to get no motherfucking privacy. They should put little recording devices in a lot of these teachers' in a lot of these teachers' room, in their classroom, under their desk, without them knowing. We don't have to tell you shit. This our school. Catch some of these conversations that these teachers be talking about. Yeah. If you got a late study that you got to be with this young lady or this young girl or whatever like that, catch what these men be telling to these young girls. Because we know manipulation, but they might not know. They might not know that, a guy's running game on her or whatever. Right. You said that's a great idea in the energy? I think so. Because at a school, there's not like no rule that you gotta have some super privacy or something like that. You can record. I would approve that a school say, hey, if a school send out to me as a parent and say, we are now going to start putting recording devices in our classroom, audio recording devices. So if your child is having late night, after school studies or whatever, we have recording devices and they don't tell the teachers where they at. So the teachers, they always got to be on their tippy toes. So they can be like, hey, we got to go over here and talk. Or we got to go over here and talk. Nah. They might know that they there, but they don't know where they at. They won't know where they at, how many, how sensitive they is, what keywords they pick up on. You know what I mean? Have little recording devices. Yeah, we got you recorded in your classroom, outside your classroom. Just for the privacy of the school. Anytime you in this school, yeah, we're gonna know what's going on. We can't help what's going on outside of the school. We can't help what's going on outside of school. You say in the teaching lounge? You say record in the teaching lounge. I went into one, a kid was in there smoking, cussing and talking dirty, and if he could kill, wow, if looks could kill, wow. What you say if a teacher in the playgrounds too? I agree with that. And playgrounds too. The teacher tell a parent that the kid has to stay at the class 9 times 10, she's trying to groom him or her. I can't agree with that. I can't agree with that now. I was a kid that got told to stay out of after class a lot of times, and none of my teachers were trying to groom me. They literally was trying to help my bad ass. Because I didn't have any teachers that was worth goddamn trying to hunch me in a damn way. I always had ugly ass teachers. Yeah, I always had either weird, like skinny, scrawny, frail, bone looking ass teachers with big eyes, or I would have these over fat teachers with like speech impediments. Like, I have male teachers that was just like, old and goofy, or, real like I can literally say I never had a teacher never tried to groom me, and I stayed at the school so many times. I was the king of, needing extra help. I had when you talk about kids that needed attention in school, like me going through what I was going through, y'all, this is why I'm so good with kids. I'm telling y'all, you can give me the worst kid, and I've done this. I am great with kids because I understand the worst kid. I understand the worst kid. That's just it's a gift that I have. Even when the horrible kids that they come to me and they're like, man, nobody don't understand. And I talk to them and give them some of my shit. They're like, damn, I know you understand. And they'll give it a chance. I've been to every program as a kid. Me as they used to send me to this program like when I was in middle school. I think I was because first they tried putting me in behavior classes. I got put in my first behavior class in the 3rd grade. I got put in my first behavior class in the 3rd grade. They call it behavior disorder. You had people that went to the learning disorder classes, and you had the people who went to the behavior disorder classes. They call it BD. A person like Lovelace probably know what I'm talking about. Y'all, you got those BD kids, right? I think Lovelace is probably one of those BD kid teachers. Hold on, y'all. Yeah, cause she seemed like she seemed like she know how to talk to calm down the little badass kid. But anyway, yeah, I was one of those BD classes. I was one of those kids where my behavior overrid anything that I could learn. They knew I could learn, but my behavior wouldn't allow me to learn. But they understood my situation because they had my record. They knew I had lost 2 parents. They knew I was shifted around through foster homes. They knew about the abuse where I had to relearn to walk. They knew I was going through more than an adult could handle. Better yet, a kid. So they would put me in, and this is where the classes, this is where I learned to play chess. This is where, like, they would put me in these classes, and we would get in a fight in class. You wouldn't get written up. They just let you fight it out. They'll make both of y'all sit down, talk it out, all kind of crazy shit. You know what I'm saying? Then I got to the point where I was in behavior classes from 1st period to 6th period. I didn't have no more regular classes, and by the time I got to 7th grade. But I had one behavior class where we come in, only thing my teacher say, y'all go back there and play chess. Y'all go play chess. He told everybody in the class to play chess. And I'm talking about, nigga, every day we used to fight because it used to be niggas from other hoods that I would run into it with when I used to get to class. So it used to be on sight. Nigga, what? Nigga, what? Nigga, we fighting. The teacher won't break it up. They'll just wait till we get tired. They're like, all right, stop it. I said stop it. I said stop it. And they'll wait till we done got tired and shit. Then they'll come on. Y'all ready to stop now? And then we ready to go to the principal office. You know, we thinking we about to go home. Oh, y'all think y'all going home? Oh, no. Yeah, y'all gonna sit right here. You gonna kick it with him, and you gonna kick it with him. Y'all play a game of chess. Then I had another BD teacher. We come in there. She be like, everybody sit down. We thinking we got to go to do work and shit. She be like, oh yeah, put all that shit that y'all do in the other classes. Put your book bags and stuff. Y'all throw that over there in the corner. And she'll be like, hey Craig, and I'll look up. She'll throw me a piece of candy. I'm like, what's this for? She'll like nothing. Then she'll like, she'll like, I don't care if y'all go to sleep. She'll like, I don't care if you go over there and read a book. You can go over there and do a puzzle. Whatever you do, I'm just gonna read to y'all. I'm gonna read out loud. You can fall asleep. You're still gonna learn it. If you want to, take your nap, whatever. I'm just gonna read. All I ask y'all to do is not say nothing while I'm reading, unless you're asking a question. Nigga, we was the best students. We went from the worst shit ever, violent kids, to now we just like, hey, what? I can take a nap? Then we try to take a nap. Now we can't sleep. Because we're listening to the quotes that she's giving us. She's giving us Martin Luther King quotes. She's giving us Malcolm X quotes. She's reading famous philosopher Maya Angelou. She's reading quotes after quotes. I don't know what the fuck book she was reading. But we're taking in all this game. We don't know what we're hearing. We didn't know what we was hearing, but it calmed us down. We listened. We wasn't beating up each other. We wasn't violent. All those guys that I was in them behavior classes with, I noticed they was leaders and gangs around when we were adults, but we got along just fine for the rest of our fucking life. A lot of them changed their life and did something way better. You know what I'm saying? Guys like myself. I know a lot of guys like myself that was in those classes with me. It made a difference. We just wasn't, it's just that when we got in the class around the kids that was trying to learn and all that shit, we was so disturbed with what we had going on in our private life. We would interrupt those kids that y'all kids that y'all send to school because y'all doing right at home and y'all ain't got all the stress and y'all raising y'all kids properly. Yeah. We would disturb those kids. Yeah, we can't learn, y'all can't learn. You know what I mean? So, but when you get us in the classroom and you give us the proper teaching, you give us that after school without a teacher trying to put dick in you or some old woman trying to freak on you. Yeah, you can actually learn something. You can actually change the way those kids are gonna react when they leave that classroom. Because whether they were asleep or whether they was awake, they still learned something subconsciously. They learned something subconsciously by what she was reading to us. But see, if you go in another classroom and you fall asleep, they want your attention. It ain't about what you learning. Every kid can come into a classroom. Do y'all know this? Every kid can come into a classroom and they can say, every kid, I want all y'all to go take a nap and I'm gonna just read you everything you need to know. Do y'all know everybody would learn like that? You know, you learn more while you're asleep and your mind is at ease. But it's about the control system. They don't want you to go sleep. They want you to be controlled, like, oh yeah, pay attention. Answer when I tell you to. Isn't that like it's not about the learning, it's about the control. That's just, I don't want to get too far off topic. But that's something I noticed, you know what I mean? Because I end up learning more than most of those kids that stayed in those regular classes, as y'all can see. I went through middle school without having to do any regular classes. I learned psychology. I learned how to just be a better person, open up my mind to learn. It's an old trick that it used to say, man, shit. I used to try to learn, but my brain wouldn't let me. But my mind won't, my bad. I wanted to learn, but my mind won't. You got to learn how to relax a kid first. But you don't relax. But I got off subject, but it was because somebody had said, 9 times out of 10, when teachers are keeping kids after school or whatever, it's because they're grooming them. And we see these small stories, and we've always seen had a homeboy, somebody that might be smashing a teacher or whatever. But I don't think it's always the case because, like I was saying, I had a lot of times where I was held after school. I was given special attention, and all this stuff, and it was never to be groomed. It was never to be groomed. It was actually people that was trying to save me from probably hurting one of their kids. In real life, though. But let's get back to the story. My bad, y'all. I went totally off subject. My bad, y'all. Y'all know me, man. I gotta drop some gems. We can't just come in here and play everybody's shit and not talk about nothing. What would be the purpose of me being a content creator if I just came in here and I just read word for word what people talk about and we don't have some real life discussion?
Says if there are issues of misconduct with a teacher, the best thing for a school district to do is make the State Department of Education and Certification Office aware.
And that way their certificate can be flagged. And so another district doesn't have to go through whatever you've had to go through.
State Superintendent of Education, Dr. Eric Mackey, says when a teacher is arrested, there is a protocol to follow.
First of all, it's a law that the school district has to notify us immediately. That teacher, of course, has to be removed from the school environment immediately. We begin a process, an investigative process about whether that teacher's teaching certificate may get revoked, suspended, non-renewed.
Now, when a teacher is being investigated for misconduct, that teacher must be removed from the classroom until the investigation is completed. If there's something in the classroom you'd like to see covered, email me at muriel@abc3340.com.
So now I didn't even have that story scheduled on my thing, but like I said, I was trying to figure out this is what I put in: 6 teachers arrested for student misconduct. Because that's the name. When I put this 6 teachers arrested for sexual misconduct in USA, when I put that in my Google search or any other search on any other what's the name, it pulls up the article. But you don't see it on any major networks. It's a little mysterious, y'all. It's a little mysterious that you don't see it on no major networks. Like, not one story, y'all. Not one story. Except for a foreign network. So you know it happened. You know it's a real story. But they want to show you about the Asian woman. They want to show you the black women. They want to show you all these people. But they don't want to tell you about these things because they're starting to pick up. And there's starting to be more and more white women. That's the only thing I can see that's in common. That's the only thing I see that's in common. That it just seemed like it's a whole bunch of white women. Y'all think that's a little odd, huh? I think it's a little odd. But let's just read the article though. Let's just read the articles though. Hold on. Matter of fact, before we read the article in particular that, let me show y'all how much of a trend it is right now. So, this is Fox News. We know they some liars, but shit. Yeah, they got to be telling the truth sometime. Yeah, some people listen to it. I know they liars when it comes to political news. But they still have supposed to be reporting the news. Nearly 350 K through 12 educators arrested on child sex crimes in 2022. Now, I'm not sure what this video is going to play. Let's see if they're talking about it. Let me see. Fair use for educational purposes. Let's see if this is what they're going to talk about.
Shelby here with McCullough Tree Service, working in beautiful.
Hold on, they're going to make us watch this commercial here.
Remember, in the deep recesses of your brain, that creepy shop teacher in Canada who decided to sexualize the kids in his shop class, getting them involved in his weird fetish life. The guy uses the name Kayla Lemieux and then shows up to class at Oakville Trafalgar School wearing gigantic prosthetic breasts, apparently emulating a style of Japanese pornography called exploding milk porn. Not making this up. Wish we were.
Hold on, he got to be making this up. And are we listening to the same thing, y'all? Am I tripping here? Salute Cool Eagle for becoming a member. What? Hold on. What? Y'all, we listening to this at the same time. We reacting at the same time. We both learning this at the same time, and I love doing this. I love checking my news with this. That way we all hear the same thing. I don't have to explain it to y'all. Y'all can explain it to me. I appreciate you, Lion Lot, for the $49.99. Lion Lot says, shout out to everyone. Salute to everybody in the building. Y'all are beautiful. But hold on. Wait, hold on. I wasn't ready, y'all. I wasn't ready. Hold on. I wasn't ready. Let me go back a little bit. Let me go back. I wasn't ready.
The Halton District School Board and the Oakville Trafalgar shop teacher may remember in the deep recesses of your brain.
Hold on. I can't hear it with y'all, so hold on. Let me take it. I don't know why I can't hear it in my headphones, but I'm about to put my mic on mute so I can hear it right along with y'all. It logged me out of my membership ears. Being one. Oh, okay. I don't know what happened. Maybe one time they had froze my membership. They wanted me. I had to go verify some stuff, so they had paused everybody's at one point in time. I don't know what happened, but I appreciate you. I know you rock with me. But yeah, let's listen to that back again, y'all, because I think I missed a part of it, and I'm gonna listen to it on my phone because I can't. I don't know why it's not playing through my headphones. All I hear is my music. So let's try that again.
That creepy shop teacher in Canada who decided to sexualize the kids in his shop class, getting them involved in his weird fetish life. The guy uses the name Kayla Lemieux and then shows up to class at Oakville Trafalgar School wearing gigantic prosthetic breasts, apparently emulating a style of Japanese pornography called exploding milk porn. Not making this up. Wish we were. The Halton District School Board and the Oakville Trafalgar School have defended this guy. Now, finally, some parents are considering legal action. Rishi Bandhu is with the Bandhu law firm. He's also a parent of a ninth grader, rather, at Oakville. He joins us to explain. We sure appreciate your coming on tonight. And thank you for having the brief.
So that's what they got going on in Canada. Yeah. I guess that's where white people get to run rampage or whatever. I don't know what they got going on. We ain't even listening no more of that bullshit. We'll go. How did that even get in there? Okay. So let me read the article. Let me just read the article. I was seeing how much news coverage on this was going to be out there. But I see they kind of skip around on it. I see they kind of they little. So let's see what we found in the news articles that I did research. Because the other day I saw it, it popped up. I clicked on it and I didn't notice that it was an Indian thing. And I didn't listen to it. I said, okay, I'm gonna talk about this later. I went and verified it. But I didn't read into it because I wanted to read into it with y'all. But then it disappeared in it. I had a hard time refinding it because I forgot where it happened at and all that stuff like that, who reported it. And I looked for it through the New York Times. So here's an article through Newsbite. Like I said, I for sure that is a true story. It's just that all the smaller things are reporting it. And the reason it was reported because it happened in a 2-day period, like 6 teachers in a 2-day period. So as many as 6 teachers, y'all can read along with me. I'll highlight it. So as many as 6 teachers across the United States have reportedly been detained within 2 days for allegedly having sex with students. This includes a Kentucky staffer, 38-year-old Ellie Shell of Danville, indicted with third-degree R-word in Gerald County District Court on Thursday. So they gave her third-degree raping. Wow. They literally out here taking it from these young men. They out here taking it from these young boys. Salute, Deron B. I appreciate you. Salute, David Johnson. My bad. I didn't mean to miss you, man. I appreciate both of y'all, man. with that. Let go for our boy here. I appreciate you, Ann Perry, for the $9.99 super sticker. I'm sorry, y'all. I was looking away from my what's name, so I don't want y'all to think I'm not showing no respect to y'all donations. I definitely appreciate it. I just was looking away from my screen for a second to try to look at these articles and try to read them. So if I do miss you, don't think that I am intentionally not showing love to your super chat. Clark Boy Rod, I appreciate you, brother. Salute to you. So as many as 6 female. Okay, what was we? Okay, she allegedly admitted she had sexual intercourse with the 16-year-old boy twice last year between July and August. So it wasn't just she went back for 3 times. Little 16-year-old boy. Hey, me at 16, I would have been tearing that ass up, but she would have came back. I ain't lying. I don't know which one. Also, I don't know which one is the. Oh, this one right here. Oh yeah, she the one that hit the 16-year-old boy. She hot though, y'all. Yeah, I bet you did come back 3 times. That little boy tore that ass up, boy. Melanie Johnson, I appreciate you. She done ran into one of those hot what they call them, the hot football player. One of the linebackers done caught her, one of the basketball players. She trying to catch him before he went into the league. Young guy put that wood on him, but she came back twice. I feel you about it, Zulu. Hey, us as young boys, we over here like, man, shit. It wouldn't have been so bad if she would have helped me out through this puberty. Yeah, young boys, it ain't to us. It's cool, but we wonder what the hell you thinking meeting us instead of a grown man. So it's a double. I mean, yeah, it's not fun. It's not funny if it's a young lady. Like, yeah, why was that old man? Nah, that joke don't go for y'all. That sounds disgusting. It wouldn't be right. This is one of those things that God made for us. Us only. Sorry, y'all. Y'all can't have the fun with us. But so us as men, we judging if oh shit, hell yeah, I would have hit that, or nah, she should have left me alone. We gotta have a little fun with it. We can't save the world, y'all. We ain't gonna stop none of this by either being serious or dead ass funny. We all understand that it's dead ass wrong. You know what I mean? And I definitely wouldn't play like this about a female. No. But that's one of the double standards that there is out there in the world. Deal with it, please. And deal with it. But yeah, this first teacher right here, y'all, it ain't a student out there. I don't care that wouldn't be willing to go back twice. Yeah, her. Yeah, those 3 there, I don't understand why they fucking students, because they can get it from real men out here in the real life, like decent men. Now these 3, I can understand. I can understand. They shouldn't have been sold. Yeah, I understand why they out here trying to mess with it. Morning, Ma. I appreciate the $10. Salute Unity. I see you, my guy. Salute the Unity. Salute Try. Valentina, salute to you. But yeah, so let's read on, because y'all know I can roast these folks all day. But anyway, we about to read through what each teacher did. So that was the first teacher. That was number 1. That was the hottie right here. She cute. Like, she could get her a good man. Why she look a 16-year-old boy, man? So the accused teacher, she was placed on administrative leave. According to the news outlet WTKR, 38-year-old Shell worked as a teacher's aide at Woodland Elementary School. What? And also used to work at Lancaster Elementary School before that. So she was just a teacher aide. She wasn't actually a teacher. She just had a job. And she wanted to fuck a 16-year-old. I mean, it depends on when he was about to turn 17. You got to get that brother a break. But she ain't got no business, I mean. But I think he was of a legal age. But you can look at her weird and be like, why you need a dude that young? But you're trying to groom him. Trying to groom them. Salute the unity. I appreciate the honey done. That honey bun. Unity with that honey bun. Boy, much love. Support, man. That's what I'm talking about, y'all. So we have what it says. According to Lancaster admitted, the publication also claimed that Boyle County School authorities sent a letter to parents alerting them about the teacher's arrest. Shell was placed on administrative leave as well. So they must ain't take her straight to jail. Salute to Russell Reed for the $5. Oh shit! I hit the wrong one. I wasn't trying to shoot you down, my guy. Much love, much love, much love. He says our teacher weren't this young and fine growing up in our days. Best believe it would have went down. I had gotten a chance. Would have blessed their game. Right. Dang, but we used to have the ugliest teachers, man. These teachers getting younger and finer, and they willing to give, they 32 willing to give a 16-year-old some pussy. 26, all that. But y'all remember we used to have one fine teacher in the whole school, every young boy, and you be trying to gun her. You know you ain't have a chance in hell though. But now, in these days, niggas got chances to hit them. Hey man, we jealous. I ain't gonna lie, us old cool, we're a little jealous. We over here hating a little bit. We over here hating just a little bit, y'all. We got them fine ass teachers. Like, nah, we more mad that the fine teachers now they want to get niggas pussy. Like, hold on, where y'all was? We don't want y'all touching no daughters though. Don't get it confused. God damn, where y'all was when we were there? Don't touch our sons, but we just saying. Yeah, we're a little jealous of hating. We the older niggas right now, we're a little jealous of hating. Because we if it was an old nasty Miss Peterberry type of woman, we were like, yeah, throw her in the jail. Yeah, one of them moly teachers. Nah. One of them teachers with them. We used to have them in my school. I used to have teachers with them big old booties. Like they walk and you see they booty just swinging side to side. That shit was wide and like you like, I ain't never seen an ass that wide. Now they got these old fine teachers and shit, man. Come on, man. This shit ain't fair, y'all. This ain't fair. This is not fair, y'all. But anyway, man, let me stop, man. Let me stop. Okay. Let's see. Similar cases involving female teachers in the USA. Meanwhile, Arkansas Times reported that a 32-year-old Arkansas educator, Heather Hare, also faced first-degree felony sexual assault related charges. She surrendered herself on Friday. Hare was reported to have a sexual relationship with a teen student. New York Post reported another teacher, 26-year-old Emily Delaney Hancock from Oklahoma, was also arrested Thursday. And I'm going to read the article from the New York Times because this one here is not as detailed as the New York Times one. But I wanted to read this one too. I found this one. So we're going to read the New York Times one also, though. We're going to find out as much about these stories as possible, how detailed they go. As per FFX Now, a learning disability teacher in Virginia named Alish Karanadman. That sounds like some kind of Russian name or Ukrainian name or some shit. James Madison High School was arrested for allegedly sexual misconduct with the student for many months. Let me check my chat, make sure y'all ain't, I want to be missing anybody, not showing any respect to the love. Okay. Inappropriate relationship with a 15-year-old student. According to KQCQ, Hancock, a substitute teacher at Lincoln County, was charged for her alleged inappropriate relationship with a 15-year-old student. And you coming in as a substitute teacher and you want to fuck something? Like, come on, like at least get a whole job first. You just coming in as a substitute. Wow. The court documents revealed that she worked at Wellstone Public Schools and that the relationship took place inside school premises. She fucking on school campus, y'all. The thirst is real, y'all. Y'all thought Kevin Samuels being mean by talking about some of these women were hitting that wall. They going into the school to find them some young meat. Think it's a game. On Friday, Christian Gant, a 36-year-old English teacher from Catholic High School in Iowa, was charged with reportedly having sex with a teen student 5 times outside and in the school. Boy, she tested it out. She made that young guy a man overnight. He ain't even hit high school yet. And you got another one, say 26-year-old Hannah Marth was apprehended after cops found out she was involved in a sexual relationship with a track and field athlete. I tell you, they see them young boys out there running track, playing basketball, you know what I'm saying? Soccer players, you know what I mean? That's her right there. They be wanting that track star. They be thinking of they back in the days when it was that guy that they couldn't get in high school. They can get him now that they grown. Now that they grown. So let me pull up the New York Times article. New York Times article right here. Okay, so get rid of that. Okay, so this is another one this is where I originally seen it at. And then y'all know what was weird about this? Because this was the title, y'all. I'm showing y'all. I'm scrolled up at the very top. This is a New York Times article, right? We all understand that. So it had a video right here. So I'm assuming, right, that they're telling about 6 female teachers arrested for sexual misconduct with students over the last 2 days. So, okay, common sense would say this would probably be the video that's talking about it, right? But look what it does as soon as I play the video. Oh, hold on. We got a commercial first, of course. Salute, Ishmael. I see you in the area, brother. Let's get through this little commercial. But watch what it plays when it comes on. It doesn't tell about these 6 women. It's all of a sudden telling us about a guy teacher.
Trying to have a sexual relationship with her. Pavar's prosecutors say a second teen has come forward accusing a Franklin High School teacher of trying to have a sexual relationship with her. Pavar's Patham Hornvivat is accused of starting 2 relationships with students. According to court documents, the 15-year-old talked to high school staff after his arrest, saying he hugged and kissed her multiple times. Investigators say she also showed staff thousands of texts from the teacher, some being explicit. Last week, the teacher pleaded not guilty. Seattle Public Schools say he is on leave and has been placed on leave.
Now, are y'all just as confused as me? This is what the title says, people. I want to know about these 6 women. Why the hell you want to tell me about this dude? Y'all saying he just hugged and possibly kissed a girl? Y'all talking about women that literally fucked guys 3-4 times. Like, I want to hear about that in a news story. Am I the only one? I mean, can y'all give me a little detail about the story that y'all got in the headline? I'm just saying, am I asking too much as a viewer? That if I clicked on this story and it says at least 6 female teachers sexually misconduct, and then I click on the first video that you got on here, and you telling me about a man that didn't have sex with kids, you got some accusations. And trust me, I'm not brushing at that. That's serious. We don't want no men hugging no, little girls inappropriate. We don't want them, you know, getting too close and acting like they're gonna kiss him and none of that shit. That is bad. He need to be investigated. Proper things need to be handled. But you could have put that in a whole nother goddamn story by itself. Yeah, you could have put that in a whole nother story by itself, gave him his whole private article by himself. We would have looked at it and we would have let us determine how pissed off we are. But these 6 women here, we want to hear about that. We want y'all to tell us the details of that. But it seems like they hiding this for some reason. These 6 white women, they hiding it. Like somebody put it all together. But why y'all only putting this? Like I've seen multiple stories with it put together. So why don't y'all broadcast it to the world put together? And why don't we talk about all the cases that are out here in the rampage about white women in our system, and not just white women, just women in general. But it seems like there's a large amount of white women that are having sex with students at school. This phone has gotten busy all of a sudden, y'all. Nah, we don't want to talk about that. But anyway, I'll read it. I don't mind. They gonna make me read. Hey, I went to a decent high school, y'all. I did a little digital filmmaking in post secondary school, but I learned how to read decent. Look like we got somebody that done pulled up. I just want to remind y'all, whoever pulled up, make sure it's please on the subject. Oh yeah, I see Triforce. I know he on it. Oh,
Good morning.
you got some background. Hold on. Let me make it it might be on YouTube.
No, it's me. Let me get my headset. Hold on.
Okay, I'm gonna mute you for a second while I read this article. So the article is gonna say, let me read the article. At least 6 female teachers were arrested in a span of 2 days this week for having sex with students, including a Kentucky staffer who allegedly had tryst with a pair of 16-year-old boys. What the hell is tryst, y'all? Trysts. I went to high school. I ain't go to college. But I'm assuming that means she had a threesome with a pair of 16-year-old boys. This woman is literally letting 16-year-olds run the train on her, y'all. I'm assuming this the woman right here that they're talking about. I think this the first woman. Nah, this the Kentucky woman. Who are we reading about? We got to know each one of y'all. We got to know exactly what each one of them doing. We got to know the severity of what they're doing. And then, like I said, they just played a video of a guy. So this is a Kentucky woman. Yep. This woman here, she was letting 2 16-year-olds run a train on her. A fling? Or she was going like she was back and forth. She was cheating on them or like do that mean they was together, or that mean like she had like she fucking with one, she would mess with the other? Tryst or a fling? Three maybe. I don't know what the tryst is, y'all. I don't know. Triforce up here. He be back in a minute. Yeah, brother, he might know. But she had a tryst between 2 boys. Between a pair of 16-year-old boys.
It's a threesome.
It's a threesome? Okay. So Elis Shell, 38, of Danville, was arraigned in Gerald County District Court on Thursday after prosecutors said she had sex with the teen on 2 separate occasions in July and August of last year. Shell worked as a teacher's aide at Woodland Elementary School and is employed by Lancaster Elementary School. So this is the story that we read in the last article, but they didn't go into as much detail. The outlet reported that Boyle County school official sent a letter out to parents, blah, blah, blah. She had been placed on administrative leave, pending the resolution of a case when she should have been locked up immediately. If you know she had sex with him, there's no administrative leave. There's no talking about it. You know that you had intercourse with him, and you're a teacher. That's just part of the program. Because if it was a man, he would have been just like that guy was just in court. He would have been in court immediately. But they finally got her, so I can't complain too much, if they did their job. The bus was just one of the at least 6 recent cases of female teachers engaging in sexual misconduct with their teen charges in recent days. So here she is.
Question. What? And this is on the topic of this, and it's okay. So when you have,
I know you understand you.
When an adult has sex with a minor, the charge is called statutory rape. That's what it's called.
Right.
That's the legal term for it. It's called statutory rape. But they're calling this sexual misconduct when she had a threesome with 2 16-year-olds.
It lightens it.
Why is it called sexual misconduct and not statutory rape?
You're breaking up, but I hear exactly your point. That is a very interesting question, because it would be called, if it was just done in a regular setting as in the streets, it would be called statutory rape. They do it to young boys all the time, especially when you have like a young athlete, say a black boy that's a running back, star running back, and he sleeps with a 9th grader or a 10th grader, freshman or something, and then they're calling that statutory rape, even though they're 2 teens. But
if it was a male,
when you have a teacher doing it. Oh yeah, go ahead.
If it was a male teacher, would they call it sexual misconduct?
I don't think so. Because let's listen to what they just said about that guy. I mean, alone, just the guy that just came up. I don't think they
run it back.
Okay, let's see if they'll play that back. Because they went to another video. I don't know how to. I don't even know what happened to the video. Crazy. Yeah, the video just disappeared. After it played the video, it went on to some other video. Maybe if I refresh the page, maybe I'll do it. Yeah, it was weird. Yeah, here it is. Okay, we're running it back. Let's see if they say what and they're saying he had sex with her, but when they actually play it, they don't say he had sex with her. They just say he hugged her, and they say, it was just inappropriate, touching or something.
Prosecutors say a second teen has come forward accusing a Franklin High School teacher of trying to have a sexual relationship with her. Pavars Pathamhorn-Vivat is accused of starting 2 relationships with students, according to court documents. The 15-year-old talked to high school staff after his arrest. He also showed staff thousands of texts from the teacher, some being...
No, pause that for a second. They didn't, they're saying the charge to him is actual sexual misconduct, which I wouldn't even say that. If you listen to what based on what the reporter is saying, the reporter is saying that he's being accused of trying to start relationships with the students, and they got him on text having inappropriate sexual conversations with the minors. if you go back and you play it back, it doesn't say anything about him having sex with them. It says something about him being charged with trying to. Run it back so you can get the verbiage properly. Ears, there's no sound. I don't hear any sound coming from you or the stream. Well, I hear some music now.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. Okay. Let me get it. Go ahead. Yes, So what you think? Wait, it's something real weird about that. I think you still muted. I'm muted. I can hear myself. But you good? Let me re-pull it up. Okay,
You
y'all
went.
didn't hear it. Okay.
No, I just hear you, but we don't hear the actual video that you're playing. Look to see if
All
your
right, it's
desktop
playing back right
audio.
now. No, I think what it was, I tried to switch up to my phone real quick.
Prosecutors say a second
How about
teen
now?
has
Can
come
you hear
forward
it now?
accusing a
Here it
Franklin
is.
high school
I can hear
teacher
it,
of
yeah.
trying to have a sexual relationship with her. Pars Patham Hornvivat is accused of starting 2 relationships with students. According to court documents, the 15-year-old talked to high school staff after his arrest, saying he hugged and kissed her multiple times. Investigators say she also showed staff thousands of texts from the teacher, some being explicit. Last week, the teacher pleaded not guilty. Seattle Public Schools say he is on leave and has been placed on leave.
All right, let me comment on that. So I'm reading between the lines because when I used to be in New York, I know how these media people are. Is crazy. So basically, this is what I'm getting from it, right? This is a teacher, right? Clearly, the text messages is what got him guilty. So he can't sit there and say that he's not, because if the text messages he's sending the student are explicit, that means he was trying to do something with her. The hugging and the kissing part, you have a lot of young kids out there that they get somebody that they're attracted to, they'll hug or whatever, and the kiss may be on the cheek or whatever. Clearly, the teacher is not going to be out there hugging and kissing the child on the lips in front of other people. You can't do shit like that. You'll be done instantaneously. So the hugging and the kissing may be the slight affectional part, but you shouldn't be hugging students anyway, nor kissing. Your lips shouldn't be any part on them, regardless. It doesn't matter if it's on the cheek. But he's the sexual misconduct is the hugging and the kissing and the text messages, which probably were explicit. But him actually having intercourse with the student, nah, they don't have him on that. But it's funny how they say it in the beginning when you look at the actual title and how they described it, like he had actual sex with them, when no, he's being charged for sexual misconduct. So here's something: the guy hasn't even had sex with them. It is sexual misconduct, but they're calling it as sex, where opposed to the woman teacher, where they're literally calling it sexual misconduct, but she's over here getting her back blown out in a threesome. This is wild.
Right. I'm reading down on some of these other teachers. Of course, we seen what she had going on. She's having threesomes or stuff like that, and this is that's the high school. So then you have this Arkansas educator, Heather Hare, 32, was expected to turn herself in Friday for alleged sexual relationship with a teen. Student is now facing first-degree felony assault, which is weird. Oklahoma teacher Emily Hancock, and they're just skipping on from her. I guess they don't want to tell how detailed that was. Oklahoma teacher Emily Hancock, 26. She doesn't look 26. If this is her, was
The
also
makeup is
arrested
off.
Thursday. Local police were tipped off. Right, alleged relationship with a student. I mean, she could kind of be like, she done had some rough days. She done had some partying days. Former substitute with Western Public Schools, Hancock allegedly began communicating with a teen last October, eventually beginning sending the 15-year-old nude photos. Why would you send a 15-year-old nude photo? You know he's
Because
not
the
going to be mature enough
hold
to
on.
look at
Because
that on his own.
all right, so let's keep it 100 trill, right? The students, first of all, we're in a different generation and stuff like that. See, we need to know, and they're not going to tell you who the students are because they have to protect the students or whatever the case may be. But like, if a teacher is at school, I'm a guy, so I'm just going to keep it raw and unfiltered, right? Growing up, you see certain teachers, you're attracted to them, right? You're either looking at their ass or you're looking at their breasts or whatever the case may be. Some teachers are just
We were
nice.
just talking about that.
Yeah, some teachers are just nice to you, but we live in a generation now where dudes are just wild. For instance, here's an example. And I'm just going to give you a situational example so you can kind of understand how do these teachers get themselves caught up in a situation like this. Students are bold-faced now. They'll talk all types of shit to the teacher. They're underage. What's going to happen to them? So you'll have students, guys, go up and tell teachers, man, it all depends, especially if they're black. You want this black dick. And the teacher be like, yo, who are you talking to like that? I'm like, yeah, fuck out of here. You want to get this gangbang. And you're like, yo, because the children are crazy and they're wild these days. Well, actually, they've always been wild or whatever. And stupid ass teachers like that will take it upon themselves to go send the guy an Instagram message and just a picture of her. And then the talking starts there. Then the kid sends a dick pic to her. She's like, what the fuck? You're 15. How you hung like that? She wants that. She sends a new picture to him. That's how he gets into it. That's how that happens, bro.
I ain't gonna lie. If we had probably Instagram and all that stuff in our days, it probably would.
That's
go down
exactly,
more.
that's what, bro, back in the days that it happened the same way. The only difference is you don't have social
Because
media
it's so
to
we
get
couldn't
caught.
communicate with a teacher outside. Yeah.
Exactly. So this was happening back. I'm 45. Teachers are getting their back blown out by 15-year-olds the same way back then. It's
Right.
just now. It's just now that everyone's getting caught because it's of social media. Dudes gang banging teachers in the back of the school, and it's normal. People be like, "What the hell you mean it's normal?" Not that I'm condoning it. Don't confuse what regularly happens with condoning. It's not. I'm just saying
Yeah.
that's what
Yeah.
happens.
I was talking about that earlier. I don't know if you was in here. I was giving an example of a story of me and a couple of friend of mine. He looked at. I mean, we 13 and 14, but he looked 18, every bit of 18, 19. He had a beard coming in. He was like 6'2" already. And he was banging the shit out of one of our teachers. Well, we'd be go over her house, kicking it. I mean, we never said anything. She never got caught, but I know he wasn't the only one.
My cousin, I don't want to say his name. My cousin actually had a teacher who invited the basketball team, and she literally told them that I was invited too. I just didn't go because I was like, well, I was a virgin until I was 18. So I was like, oh hell no, I ain't built for this shit. But she invited the whole basketball team and said one of her fantasies was to have a bunch of black studded basketball team dudes just run a gangbang on her. And like my cousin's like, so why don't you just get grown-ass men? And she's like, nah, because these guys have ran through so many different girls already. They got all types of diseases and stuff like that. She don't want to use no condoms. She wants like straight raw, all the dudes going through her and having her porn fantasy or whatever. And that's why I'm keeping it 100 trill with you. A lot of these teachers will go for the younger guys.
Oh yeah, you are. And another thing to add to that, Triforce, a lot of them, like we see a lot of adults right now, they still live through their high school days. So
very
a lot
much,
of these
very much
older or after college females, they're still glorifying their high school. Like, dang, I wish I could have did this in high school, but my parents wouldn't let me. Now I'm grown, I do it, and they still mourn for those guys that they kind of liked it in high school. You get what I'm saying? Because the older we get as guys, of course, we start getting a little flabby, and we don't look like we did in high school. But she's mourning still for that star kicker or that star basketball player, in high school.
It's
in her
a
fantasy.
Kruger.
She wish she
a
had
Kruger.
Ricky Bobby, whoever was the star guy in high school.
Yeah, it's the Kruger phase. When they get older, they feel like the guys their age don't find them or appreciate their appeal or their attractiveness at their age. Where the young guys, they starving for that. The young guys, what? Yo, do you know Miss Penny? She trying to let dudes smash. Miss Penny, the one with the fat ass. Yeah, yo, my nigga, I'm over there. And that's it. It's normal. It's just normal.
Let me ask you this. So which one should be considered misconduct and statutory rape? Should this lady say the Arkansas lady when she's sent nude pictures to a 15-year-old? She doesn't actually have sex with him. Would that be considered misconduct?
That's misconduct.
Or should she still be okay?
No, it's sexual statutory rape. Statutory rape is
should
when
be having sex with somebody
physically having sex with a minor. So she'll just lose her job. She'll probably get, depending on the severity of it depends on how she was arrested or how she got caught.
I know what the law is going to be, but do you think that she should be labeled a sex offender for sending that 15-year-old nude picture of her?
That's a tricky one because, in my opinion,
and this is just only opinion. I know this ain't got to be no fact to it. I'm just asking your personal opinion.
My opinion on the matter, it all depends on. This is hard. I wouldn't call her a sex offender, but I would want this to go across the board for all ethnic groups because people love get slap on the wrist for white people. But let's change these women to black and let's change that dude to black. they'd be doing 15 to life or some stupid shit like that, right? But
Yeah.
because
if it was a male sending your 15-year-old daughter a dick pic, you were like, yeah, this nigga need to be labeled a sex offender, right?
So I'm trying to be objective and be blind to the matter. Like I'm not gonna judge the situation based off if it was my child. I want to try to judge the situation straight across so everyone fairly gets judged. If they're sending nude pictures
but before you start, this is a way in society we have to make decisions because everybody's gonna have different feelings if it's a girl or if it's a boy. So we as a society we have to realize, okay, either we're gonna have a standard or we're gonna say, oh, it's different for boys.
No, you have to have a standard. If you don't have a standard, you have cake.
If you don't have a
standard,
if I as a 39-year-old send a dick pic to a 15-year-old girl, if I'm gonna get locked up, I'm gonna get called a sex offender, I'm gonna get all this stuff. If a woman sends nude pictures to a 15-year-old, should it be the same punishment, or should it be like, well, he's a boy, he ain't do no harm to him? But
let me paint the picture. And I'm gonna explain to you why. When you have to understand that, like, this is a sexual perversion illness. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this to myself, right? I don't have any children, not yet anyway. Yeah, I'm 45 and I have no kids, but I'm going to paint the picture. So since I have no kids, I can make the clearest decision because I don't have children to sit there and cloud my decision, right?
And I got a boy and a girl, so that's why I got a different, But go ahead. I want.
Yeah, your point of view. Your point of view is you get the sticks. That's it.
But this is society, though. Everybody has a different life. Everybody have a different perspective. So when you have to make these decisions, it comes down to this.
I have two things straight across. There's two types of punishments, and it all depends on which is what. One, right? So we're gonna take off the skin color of all of these teachers, right? We're going to make them black so that when the opinions that I'm giving
and not even the color, we got to make sure. No, we got to make sure we're keeping on the gender because I don't care if they're black or white.
Well,
I'm talking about first the bottom line first, the male and the female first.
You showed me a male
because whether she white or black, whether they're male, white or black, you're gonna get still two different results. Even with the color of their skin,
which is why I'm changing the color of their skin to black. Because when we change the color of their skin to black, what happens is
I don't want to. What I'm saying, I don't want to do that. I want to keep the color gray. I want to talk about the male and the female.
But what I'm saying is the reason why I'm changing the color to black is so that the harshest standard is set, and then you can make it fair.
See, yeah, but I don't want to go there though. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to go there.
All right,
I want to keep it. I want to keep it what it is.
Let's keep it gray, right? Everybody gray.
These are white. Yeah, let's keep it gray. Everybody's
gray. Everybody gray right now, right? All right, cool. So I have to look at the future and what's going to happen to these people, right? These people who are sending sexual text messages, nude pictures to these minors, male or female, it doesn't make a difference, have sexual mental conditions, period, right? They are old enough to know what's right and wrong, and there's a battle. I took up psychology and sociology, just letting you know, Marist College, Poughkeepsie, New York. They have this, and they are teetering on whether or not to go through with the situation. Putting sex offender on their legal papers or whatever, or their status, is unfair, and here's why. They have not sexually offended anyone. Sexual offense is a charge of physical action. So until they commit the actual act, it isn't a sexual offense. It is a misconduct because their behavior, sending sexual text messages and nude pics, is a behavior. So it is a misconduct, and they should have sexual offender on their profile. Why? If they go to jail they'll die. If they make it out of jail, their life is fucked. They don't get a chance of redemption for their sexual misconduct. Their sexual misconduct is going to absolutely destroy them. So there is no forgiveness, there's no repair, there's no nothing. And I'm a man of God, and I believe in people having a second chance. People should be forgiven, depending on the crime, right? And a crime.
Hold on, hold on. I got to get you to pause there. Okay. But does that go for a man and a woman? So if a guy sends your 15-year-old daughter a dick pic, you still feel the same way. They should be able to get a redemption chance, right?
I see him
without being labeled a sexual offender.
If I catch him face to face, I'm fucking him up. However,
I already know that. I'm talking about
but for the fairness of society,
as far as the law side, right? Society.
In the fairness of society, and to maintain order in the world, no, he shouldn't get that charge. Although if I catch him, I'm not giving him no societal law. He'll actually probably die. I'll probably kill him. No, I'm just gonna keep it real with you. I'm gonna break the law.
But why not just let the law put the stamp on him then? Instead of you just taking him out. Because guess what? Hold on. Because if every man feels like you feel, and we let a guy, he's sending our 15-year-old daughter dick pics, and we're trying to teach our daughter just to walk the straight and narrow road. This guy probably didn't get the phone number from her, and we as protective fathers, now we know that the police aren't going to do anything to this guy for the future. He can furtherly send any other kid dick pic. Now us as fathers, we're going to go cause violence. Now we're tricking ourselves off the streets, for one, because we're going to go to jail for murder. Us just saying he did this to my daughter, that's not going to be a good excuse.
No,
whatever way you feel about it, that's not going to be a good excuse. You're going to prison. Now you're leaving your daughter out here to fend to any other man that want to send her dick pics. Now she doesn't have a father to protect that. So as a society, we have to do things to prevent these type of things.
Exactly. And with that being said, that's why I'm saying, if you remove me from the picture and look at society, these people who are sending these pictures and stuff like that, these people need to be counseled. They need to be clearly they're watching porn or whatever type of nonsense.
Look at what I just put on the screen from Look at what I just put on the screen from Love.
Labels for a limited time after seeking treatment. Yes and no. Well, you have to be careful which label, because some labels, it doesn't matter for a limited time or not, you're doomed. It's like NFL players accused of rape. Later on, you find out that they're innocent. It doesn't matter. That label was put on them. Their career is finished. Even though they're innocent, they're doomed. So you have to be careful about the labels. That's why I'm saying.
But let me ask you this then. Let me give you something to kind of look into that. Then. Say you take the oath of a school teacher, so you know for sure you are held to a higher standard around students. Now, let's say for a regular person in the world, we could give them a break. Say, hey, you don't have to get stamped for sending a 15-year-old a dick pic if we feel like you're gonna, whatever. I don't know how many times you should get those chances. But say you take the oath as a school teacher. You are vowed here to teach and not harm these students, and you get caught doing that. You should. Are you saying they shouldn't stamp them a sex offender where
that's why
this couldn't happen again? So they hold on. Let me finish. That way, when they go, say they lose their job at this place, should they be able to go from Georgia to go to Washington, knowing that they had a reputation of sending a dick pic to a kid, and say, now you can get a job at this school too, because nobody put this stamp on you for a little while.
But see, what I'm trying to say is this. I hear the question, but the original question you asked me has not been answered yet. And if I answer that question,
I've been waiting on that.
it'll make everything clear. All I'm doing is I'm painting a picture so that everyone gets the full scope before you can get the answer. Because just answering the question yes or no doesn't solve the issue. A person who's doing sexual misconduct should be labeled as sexual misconduct, and it is a crime, and they should be punished for the crime. But there's a big difference between sexual misconduct and statutory rape. There's a reason why, because what's happening here is
Well,
this.
hold on. Let me pause right there because I think we got confused right there. I don't
Mhm.
mean charging them statutory rate. I mean having them labeled as a sex offender because
No,
they
they
have
should.
the sex offender list.
Okay, so
So
that's what I'm
once you
saying.
on that
All right,
list, it don't matter.
all right.
Hold on, let me finish. It don't matter
Mhm.
if you statutory rape. It don't matter if it's misconduct. Anything that has to do with under the out of the ordinary sexual misconduct, should they be able to be on that list? And like Lovelace say, maybe just for a limited time, maybe a 5 year, just to monitor you or whatever. You can't get no jobs around kids, and you have to get the necessary treatments first and pass a whole bunch of, you know what I'm saying, that let us know that you understand where, what that is, and then give you a chance to redeem yourself. That's why
So
I agree with Lovelace, but
that
I
that
wanted to know
that
your
but
opinion. Go ahead, sir.
that's what I'm trying to get at. That's what I'm saying. The people who are committing the sexual misconduct, they have to be punished, but they have to be punished according to the crime in which they're being labeled under, versus sexual offender. A person who's sending dick pics and stuff like that is not fit for that work. And I don't think even if they get treatment, you should even allow them back to children. If you get caught with sexual offense, because you're human, there may be a relapse. You can't take that. One child getting caught in any of that shit is too much. So you should never be able to get a job again. But you shouldn't be charged as a sexual offender either. You should seek help, do some jail time or some money compensation to the family or whatever it is. Pay a fine. You have to pay for that crime. You have to then be rehabilitated, and then you're put back into society. But as a fail-safe, you can't get that job around kids anymore because you have
Okay.
sexual misconduct labeled on you. But there's a big difference between sexual misconduct and statutory rape or sexual offense. Well, I'm trying to separate the two because I have a punishment. That's why I said I'm painting the picture, because I have a punishment for both crimes. This is what I'm trying to say. There's a punishment for both of the crimes. Both of them are crimes. I'm not saying,
What let me ask you that. Okay, I get that part. So what do you think the punishment should be?
well, the
Since
punishment
they
should
shouldn't be labeled sex offenders. Because
no.
I'm not saying that just because you're labeled a sex offender, be clear.
Mhm.
Like any misconduct that's a sex offender and they has a sex offender list. That means just like you're saying, they wouldn't be able to work around any kids. They wouldn't be able to be around like
No,
parks, stuff
you
like that.
couldn't. No, I would still say you have to ban them from those things because they're human. There's a relapse, bro. Some people go
But
through.
that's what being on the sex offender list means, though.
No. Being on a sex offender list mean you may die. There's a big difference. Like, you see, you guys are looking at like the punishment of the crime, right? In terms of that, being on a sexual offender list, everybody. All right, let me try to liken this to something. What's the difference between
So you're saying
battery and misdemeanor? Hold on. Listen to this.
No, hold on. Let me ask you a
What's the
question.
difference?
Hold on. Because I want to make sure I understand. Because if I don't understand, then my audience don't understand. Okay, you're saying that if they should have it in the record, but it shouldn't be public. Only you should be able to look at it if you're doing like a background check. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, because you have to give the people. You do the crime, you do the time, right? If you're a sexual offender, if you're not a sexual offender, we're going to go with the lesser one. If you are charged and found guilty for sexual misconduct, right? You have to give the person, the human being, a chance to, what's the word for this thing here? You have to give them a chance to be rehabilitated, but you don't want to give them a chance to redo the crime again, which could lead to the worst version of the crime, which is the sexual offense or statutory rape or just rape or whatever, any of those sexual assault charges. But you have to give them a chance to be rehabilitated, because if that's the case, take out misdemeanor. In all the other different crimes, take out the word misdemeanor. Whatever.
Okay.
Hold on. What it is.
Let's pause that. Let's pause because I don't want to pivot too far off of that. Okay. So say a guy moves in your neighborhood, right? And he just moves from California. In California, he was known in the neighborhood for trying to holler at young girls. He'll send them dick pics. 15, he got caught. It's in his record, but it's not public. wouldn't you want to be able to do as a father, because he just moved in your neighborhood, you have a 15-year-old daughter, wouldn't you
Mhm.
want to be able to look on file to see, hey, is this guy here, is he known for having this? But wouldn't that, what you're saying, wouldn't that kind of take away the right
No,
of you as a father to know who's moving into your
no.
neighborhood?
I never said any of that. I didn't say they couldn't be on the
No, I'm
list.
asking. I'm not saying you're saying that. I'm just saying,
No.
like, if we don't put them on the sex offender list, wouldn't that
They,
line up
they have to
that
be
kind
put on
of
a section. They have to be put
activity?
on. They have to be put on a sexual misconduct list. It has to be. The list has to be separate. The charge.
So
You should
separate
be.
the list.
Yeah, you have to
Gotcha. Make
separate the
sure
list.
you got a list for people that actually had sex with the kids, or
Kids
people that,
versus
hey, they
people
did
who are
something
caught
suspicious.
in the circumstance. And here's one of the reasons why I'm saying that, because I'm trying to cover the entire spectrum. You have some kids,
Yeah, and I
right?
want to make sure everybody's hearing you clear, bro, because
Okay.
sometimes you say stuff, I don't want to get it cluttered, and people like, what is he
Yeah.
talking about? I want to make sure people understand what you're saying, bro.
So
I'm
what?
not trying to
So
fuck with
let,
you or nothing. Like,
no, I get
my
it.
show is about clarity.
So watch this. Let's create another situation, right? Let's say you have a male teacher, right? He's he teaches in the daytime math, and in the half of the other day he does basketball. This man's built. You have this 17-year-old girl who's just gawking this dude down or whatever, always walking around the teacher, grabbing his arm. I'm saying shit that I witnessed in school that happens in school still to this day.
Right.
Hey,
I
Mr.
see it.
Poke
I've seen it
Tester,
too. I've seen it too.
the young girl grabbing him up.
It goes both ways.
Somebody got a
You're right. Go ahead.
somebody got a phone. Somebody got a phone watching this girl grabbing up the teacher. They turn off the phone when the teacher go, yo, come on, stop that. Don't do that, man. I don't want that, whatever the case may be. He breaks her heart because she goes, I want to have a relationship with him. He's being up forward and right as a teacher, like, yo, you're a little kid. Get the fuck out of here with that stupid shit, right? She writes him a message or stuff like that. He sends a message. Well, I don't think you should be having this conversation with me in text messages or whatever the case may be. Oh, well, he was sending me messages while I was texting him, blah, 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 and set him up. Set him up now, right? Now, he's found guilty. If we don't have a distinction to at least get this guy, he's innocent. He's finished. Even if he's found innocent, he's still finished, right? He's still finished. But let's say they find him guilty now. He's getting put on a sexual offender list. My man may die and he will never get a job ever again. And society will look at him completely wrong. But he's innocent. At least if you... So I'm trying to see is there a way to lessen the blow? Because society is very unforgiving. Okay, well, if you put him on a sexual misconduct list, then this is what happens now, right? So this is how you toe the rope and kind of make it fair and give the men and women some form of defense of whatsoever. This guy gets put on a sexual offender list. He has to go, all right, he's found innocent, but he's not on the hard list. He goes, he does whatever he has to do, the rehab or whatever the case may be. He comes back out into society. Some people will hear his story and be like, see, look, I got this text messages myself from the young lady. She was doing this. They recorded me, blah, blah, blah. I got set up, yada, yada. The girl didn't like it, and here I am. I'm fucked. Now, as a human being dealing with on an individual basis by people, he may be given a chance from a different human being that he meets in society. You can look up his shit and you can find out he was put on the sexual misconduct list, but there's a chance for him. He gets put on the sexual offender list. There is no chance for him. Innocent man, done. He's finished. And if he gets rolled up on the wrong set of people at a gym that he's working out, he gets murdered over something he does not do it. So everyone is trying to, that's why I said I'm going to put myself in this neutral position. Everyone's just looking, no, he's a demon. He should just die. And I'm like, okay, put yourself in a person's situation. If you were innocent, then what? Everyone is just judging because everyone thinks they're perfect and they're not. You have to look at it objectively, not subjectively. I said subjectively. If someone did that to my daughter, they're dead. But I'm telling you I'm biased. I'm telling you I'm subjective. I'm like, yeah, I see him. I don't care what his story
it, brother,
is.
but see, and then I think where everybody like you say, everybody's gonna have the way that they angle it from their lifestyle. Like if you have a daughter, you're gonna be like, oh hell no. You know what I'm saying? But if you have a son, say okay, let's say
Yeah,
you
look
have
at
a
that.
son.
Look at that double standard right there. Yeah, exactly. Point that out. Point that out.
Yeah, yeah,
Point that out.
and that's what I want. I want to definitely point out double standards, and that's what this is about. This is all about, just putting scenarios out there and talking about it, and talking about what we go through in society. So when we have a son, do we, say we look in our son's phone, our son is an athlete, so he has a promising future. Now you have this predatory woman at a school that's like, predatoring on our son. He's in amazing shape. He's working out. Of course, he looks good. You got a 15-year-old kid. You look in his text and some woman's sending him nude. How do you handle that?
The father is going to do, okay, to answer that question directly, there's a TikTok video that answers that comment directly.
But I kind of want your opinion.
My opinion? Well, exactly. I'm going to show you the opinion. So this woman, she's sitting next to her husband, and the husband is sitting next to the boy child. And she's going through names. And she says, like, Robert, he goes, De Niro. Morgan, Friedman, right? What's it? Taylor Swift. And then she goes, Mila, and the husband's like, huh? And then the son goes, Khalifa. And then the mother looks at the son. Wait, what the hell? Give me your tablet. But the father was like, no. Wait, whoa. Why is the father defending the son? Why is he defending the son? He's literally stopping the mother like, because the truth is that fathers are proud when their sons is clapping cheeks. I'm going to keep it 1 trillion. He's 15-year-old. He claps a 25-year-old teacher's cheeks. The father's going to give him the hands up. Let's not cap here on the stream and act like dads is not sitting there side pocketing, giving his sons a high five. The mother is appalled and like, what the frig? But the father sees it in a different light. He sees it when the son is clapping cheeks at a young age. He's reached manhood early. But reverse the situation and say it's the father and the daughter. No. She's not supposed to be fucking until she's 25. Wait, what about 18? Nah, fuck that. 25. So you see that. So if you're being objective, you have to look at
I had that conversation earlier, but I get you.
You have to look at all of the pieces of the puzzle, and you have to look at the entire thing across the board. So Lovelace says something which she summed it up actually, which is the point I was trying to make. And I'll go with her short statement, right? You the crime, the consequence to the crime. That's so that's being objective. That's not having an opinion.
Let me ask you something. But what if your kid say he's just square? He's just a nerdy. He ain't even had sex yet, but this teacher is coming on to him. So it's not like he done clapped though with it.
I'm asking, I know what
it is. I know it. Listen, bro.
I'm saying
I know what it is, but I'm saying, how do you handle it as a parent, as the father?
As a father, she just adding unnecessary work on me earlier than I needed to. But I'm going to talk to my son and say, listen, look, you're going to reach a certain age that you're going to have to bring someone like yourself into this world. That's how I brought you into this world. But that time, you need time to mature into that. And that time is not now. This older woman knows that. She was raised by parents. She knows that. She knows better. And she's taking advantage of you. And that is wrong. You need to control yourself. And for me, when I have kids, I'm never going to tell my kids, don't approach me with sex. I'm going to like, yo, you feeling a certain way? Come and talk to me. I'll calm all that shit down and try to shape it out and try to shave that off until you're the right time of age. I'm not going to be, I don't understand why any parent would be like this, because we all go through this. Like when you're younger, you're like, who do I talk to this about these feelings I'm going through and whatever, this puberty that I'm going to? And you feel like, damn, there's nobody I can talk to, just yourself and God, or whatever you can find on your own. I'm going to make it real comfortable for my children that they can come to me. Daddy, what's about this? If it's my daughter, I'm going to be like, yo, I'm going to look at my wife. I'm like, you got to handle that. I really don't want to get in that, but I'm going to talk to my son and I'm going to rear him so that he's like, listen.
So you're saying like, okay, you're only going to talk to your son. Will we address the teacher too? Will we go to authorities to the teacher?
No. I'm talking about the birds and I'm talking about the birds and the bees, like the actual conversation about sex.
But listen, bro. Listen. This is what I'm asking. Let's just because I'll answer the question too if you want me to answer it like from my perspective. But I'm saying this: say you as a father, you got a wife, or say you don't have a wife, you're just raising a kid on your own. It happens all the time. Say you going through his phone. He's just an athlete. He's a smart kid. You got him on the right track. He ain't out here looking for no coochie or whatever. He going through puberty, but you know what I'm saying. But even if he's going through it, he probably got a little girlfriend or something. But you have this 30-something-year-old woman that hit the wall and she's advancing on your son. Do you address her? Do you take it to the authorities? Do you just only talk to your son? Maybe talk to her in private? I'm just asking because there's people in the audience, and we are as black men. Hold on, we as black men, we talk and we show leadership. So there might be somebody going through this situation that might need some advice.
Okay, so then
I
let me
think
answer
you
that.
as a bright brother. So I just want to get your opinion because your opinion might help somebody.
I'm gonna put it in the worst scenario. I'm not gonna use my son. I'm gonna use my daughter, right? So a teacher,
do son because this is the tricky one. We know what we do with our daughter. That's easy.
Oh well,
the son is tricky.
Okay, well then I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this then. So what I would do with my son is what I would do with my daughter. So this is what I would do with my son if it was sexual misconduct. One, Daddy, Miss Johnson, she sent me a text message. Oh, she did? What's wrong? Look, if it's a problem, you're not gonna get in trouble, son. You're my son. You don't get in trouble, bro. You good. Share with me. I'm gonna make. First of all, I gotta. What's the word for this? I have to play up to my child so that they feel they can talk to me about anything and nothing will happen to them. Once you get them, what's wrong with that tone in your voice? Then they gonna hide shit because, like, come on, man. They think you're gonna get their ass whooped. Nah, come on, show me. I don't give a shit how bad the text message is. I have to let them know. So, okay, look, son, this teacher is writing you this, and it's wrong. This is a bad thing, right? And I know you're thinking about you're going to get in trouble. Trust me, you're not going to get in trouble. I'm just going to have a talk with your teacher, and we're going to deal with it. We're adults. These are adult things because you don't understand about it. But, like, they did something wrong, and I just need to talk to them because you don't know how to tell a teacher what they did is wrong. But I'm glad you showed me these things, etc., etc. But stop talking to this teacher. Don't worry about it, and you'll be good.
I'm saying, what if he didn't tell you and you just discovered it? Because a lot of these situations are getting found out. Teachers are, parents are discovering. Their kids are not coming to tell them. It's just that they're noticing something weird going on, and you're like, hold on. You ain't supposed to be doing this with my son. Because let me tell you the situation. I reported, I did a live like this probably about a month ago, where we had a 33-year-old teacher, and she was doing this to a 13-year-old boy.
Right.
You know what I mean? So say you got a 13-year-old son, and you know that's a little lower. You know damn well your son's not ready for sex at 13.
Of course. And what I'm saying is,
like I say, do you go to the authorities? Do you go?
Yes. No, I'm gonna go to the authorities, but when my son brings it to my attention, I still have to address my son before I go after the teacher.
But I'm saying if he doesn't, hello, you gotta listen, bro.
I heard what you said, but I heard what you said. You said
I'm trying to give you the real life
perspective. It already happened, and I find out afterwards. I still need to talk to my son first, even after the fact it happens, because I have to stabilize my son's mind from going all over the place. You cannot leave your children there to try to figure it out. That is what being a parent is. A parent is supposed to guide the children. That happened, I'm going to deal with the teacher. The ass whooping it for the teacher or whatever punishment's coming, consequence for the teacher, that's coming, but they're not first. The first is my children. I have to take care of them first. So I'm going to sit them down and explain to them, this already happened. And this is a learning moment for you. You need to understand the damage is done. So you have to, it's damage control. Let's put it like that. We have to do some PR work here. Damage control, we have to sort out the mind so that the mind can try to understand the level of wrong, why it happens, the type of people are out there in the world. Learn from it so that you can protect yourself the next time from it. This is not supposed to happen, son. You're too young for this. This teacher's too old. She shouldn't be doing this like that. If you sent the dick pic to her, that's wrong. You're not supposed to do that. This is going to teach you to do wrong things. If I have to go into the Bible or use any type of moral compass of anything to show, you don't want to grow up and become like these guys. This type of stuff will make you this and that and whatever, and sort him out first, him or her. Once that's sorted, well, what's going to happen? The teacher, I'm going to get in trouble. You're not going to be suspended. I'm going to go talk to the teacher and the principal that we're going to handle it like adults. Trust me, you'll get in no trouble and blah, blah, blah. Child goes to bed. Now, okay, my son has been, we put the bandages on the mind. All right, they good. Now I'm hitting up the teacher. I'm telling the police officers, I'm going to their house with the strap, with the cops. Yo, arrest this person, yada, yada, yada. I'm going to talk to the teacher myself. I need to see what the fuck's in this person's mind.
You're going to a woman? You're going to a woman teacher with a strap?
I don't give a shit. I don't give a fuck who it is. It could be a fucking alien. It could be fucking Martian Manhunter. The fuck you want my child for like that? You crazy? We coming with the blick everything. You should be lucky I'm coming there with police officers, because it'll just be your end days. But we're trying to keep it objective here. We have to keep it under control, because I got to remember at the end of the day, my child still needs me. Going around blasting off teachers' heads and shit like that. Okay, then I'm in prison now. Okay, so then who takes care of my child? My wife? I just abandoned my wife. So then I did not fulfill my duty to my wife by protecting her and being there for her. Why? Because I can't control myself. Like, no, I'm an adult. So we go there. The teacher, I find out, I'm going to tell the teacher, yo, what do you do to my son? I better hear an apology. I need to know everything that they did, blah, blah, blah. Yo, put sex offender on this teacher. I'm suing you. Like, you're going to pay for that somehow. And if I can't whoop your ass, you're going to come up off some type of bread. What's in your bank account, nigga? Open that shit up. Open your wallet. I need all of that. All of that. No, but I need this, nigga. I need all of that. Give me all of that. Thank you. Right? The shoes on your feet. Jordans. Oh, you got a PS5, Xbox, all of that. You got a car? Come up off of that. I need all of that. Please. Thank you. If people start doing this, this is what happens to the perpetrators. They start wondering, yo, this shit ain't just jail time, bro. This shit is worse than death. I could lose my social standings and social what's the thing? And things, money, bank account. I lose all of that. I want it all. You're gonna pay for that. If I can't kill you, if I can't fuck you up, I need to be compensated mentally. You know what's gonna compensate me mentally? Money, and you want to start all over. Now, if you're a sex offender, all right, sex offender, put him in prison, right? Whatever happens in prison, that's not my problem. And I need all of that as well. I need that bank account, I need all of that. Come up off all of that shit. When you do this, people who do these crimes will start to realize, yo, this crime ain't worth it, bro. This crime ain't worth it. The consequence to the action. So now teachers will now start. Okay, let's go back to sexual misconduct teachers, right? Sexual misconduct teachers are like, I'm not gonna lose my home and my car, my bank account because I want to fuck some 15-year-old. Yeah. Now you're thinking about it rather than, oh, well, if I get caught, I'll play this card, sexual misconduct, yada, yada, yada. That's like, I don't want people to misunderstand what I'm saying. I'm giving an objective opinion on how I think it should be handled. My subjective opinion about it is I'm whooping your ass. And if you damn sure they're killing you, because I got to think about like my life on top of it and my family, and I got other things to do. We all have to make decisions, right? So the best thing to do is try to make the right decisions. But for those who make the wrong decisions, there's a consequence to that action, and the consequence should be appropriate. If you're just making the consequence abroad, straight across abroad, then like, yo, innocent people go to their death for shit like this, bro. You think about the innocent people. No, go on. I'm done. Hello?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yeah.
Okay. Because I'm talking to the chat, you know, because there's some people that are a little confused because they say that 1 minute you said this and the next minute you said that.
I never said
I'm explaining to them that you're giving a subjective and an objective opinion.
Exactly.
On one hand is what you want to do, and another hand is what you will properly do. which is he's saying he would talk to his child first, and then he would go up there and do the right thing of talking to the authorities, have them go do what they do. But as society, if you send a child a dick pic, and if you're a man, um, and you're 30 and she's 15, your ass gonna get sexual misconduct, and it's gonna be put on the sexual offender list, and you're gonna have your face on that paper. You know, what he's saying is he don't think you should be on that public paper, but it should be some kind of mentioning of your sexual misconduct, because of course you don't want just the people just running around anywhere, but you still want to give them a chance at society under the proper treatment. Am I right?
That's yes. Like a
Okay, but like how long of a
you want
treatment? Maybe how long of a
no.
watch period treatment kind of thing?
That's up to the that's well, no. It should be life. There's
Oh, for
relapse,
life.
bro. Yeah, there's relapse. Like people, yo, listen. Just because, okay, if you're an alcoholic or substance abuser and you go to or whatever, you need everyone. Look, when you do these crimes, everyone needs to know what it is, and people need to be given. We live in a society, bro. We live in a society where, like, I'm not trying to diss your audience or whatever, but like some people in your audience is acting like they're innocent. That's complete bullshit. I'm like, it seems
No,
like
they're not acting like they're innocent. It's just that some like I
no,
say,
not all of them, not all of them, not all of them.
No, I'm gonna tell you what it is, bro. I keep trying to give you like clear questions or whatever, but you have a bad habit of cutting me off before I finish. So I'm trying to help you maybe break down to my audience so they won't get confused. And there are a couple of times you made it a little confusing. I'm just being honest. It's not like don't take it the wrong way. So that's all it is. Like, so they're asking questions. You know, hold on, you just said this, bro. Like, so that's why I had to break down the objective and the subjective that you broke it down. You get what I'm saying?
Okay. Yeah, I get it.
So that's why I was asking, okay, if it's your boy, you know what I'm saying? Like, we all know, because I talked about it earlier. Like, okay, when we boys, we all in here as men, we kind of hating a little bit. Like, shit, man. I wish one of these women would have got done. These women ain't bad looking.
Yeah, everybody said that. Everybody, even
you know what I'm saying?
Even a teacher I didn't,
is.
even a
This
teacher
one
I
here
didn't
is,
gang bang, even a teacher I didn't gang bang with the guys back then. I'm like, damn, I should have probably did it. I'm like, because you're human,
Like,
you're thinking about it.
This
right?
lady
Because,
here,
yeah.
This lady here was
Oh,
letting,
not her.
you know,
No.
like, yeah, her. It's only two of them I see that, but her, she could have got it. Her, she could have got it. Nah, I ain't fucking with her. Her, she could have got it. Her, she could have got it. Like, you know, as kids, we're not saying that there's not a different standard with boys and girls. Fathers with them, like, hey man, yeah, she don't look bad, you know, like. But as I'm saying, as a society, how do we make these rules? When we make them, do we say, okay, forget if it's a man, woman, black or white. If you're 35 years old and you're sending a dick pic or some pussy pictures to a 15-year-old, because we don't know the life of that 15-year-old. We don't know if it's an athlete who he's already been fucking, or if it's a little virgin kid that, you know, he's on the right level and you see something in him that he don't. Either way it goes, it's predatory. You get what I'm saying? So now the punishment for that, do we say, okay, you get to go through a rehabilitation program, you go through a treatment, we monitor you for 10 years, you stay on this list. So when you move into a neighborhood, you try to get a certain job where it might be around the same type of people, they are alerted, and it's up to them if they want to still hire you according to
There
what
you
we
go.
actually put on there, what you did. Make it just be clear about what this person did. So if you want to take a chance with them, that's on you. You know what it is they did. But if you have a integrity in your corporation or your organization, you're not even going to take the risk. So if we put that on people for life, say just only sending a dick pic, that will fuck them up for life, because I would never bring a guy on that I know send a dick pic to a 15-year-old, especially if I'm the type of person that might have 15-year-olds around.
That's a good point. So maybe 10 years, yeah, for 10 years, and then you monitor their behavior, and based on their behavior after 10 years, then it's like, okay, you have redeemed yourself. We're going to remove you off this list. Obviously, the next crime you do that's like that, then it gets upgraded to sexual assault, because that
then it might get upgraded to a 25-year watching you, or And then you do a third time. Now we see that it's a really it's inside of you. You know what
Yeah,
I'm
and
saying?
that
But
then you're just a demon. You can't be
right.
fixed. You just got to be sent to prison, and then the life in prison will fix you, or not. One of the
Right.
two.
Well,
There's not.
however it is, because see, then we have to be wary of then the people who would try to take advantage of that.
There
You
you
get what
go.
I'm saying? So
And that and
it's there's a lot of factors to it. So I get what you're saying because a lot of these guys, it's gonna be some good guys that walk all the straight lines. They just handsome men. They got it going on. You know what I'm saying? They're a teacher or something, and you got these little hot ass little girls that throwing themselves, and then when you don't get them what they want, we got the vendetta. So yeah, we got to
yep.
protect those guys too. You get what I'm
Mhm.
saying? But what I'm saying is, even when it's on the other side of projective, when it's these women and it comes to our young men, also, whether he's a student or not, I mean, we got to still protect them the same way. These
That's
teachers
what
are
I'm
actually having
saying.
sex with these boys, and not just as far as like I'm talking about even in the media, because you see how they just did this man. He's not a black man, and that's why they
Mhm.
want to make it black or white because this is still an innocent man. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna say he's innocent, but he's innocent until he's proven guilty
Guilty, exactly.
of
But
some
not.
like because like the situation you were saying. Now let's look at that story again. Like you were saying, a guy, these little girls be coming and touching on their arms and saying he kissed on them. He might have never kissed on one of these girls. We just hearing it from what the fuck the
They
news
said
say.
exactly.
He might have did nothing, but you seeing what they said was very minimum. But he's still a guy, so it just because he ain't a black guy, that don't mean I wouldn't have a little sympathy for him. Because okay, look at him, no homo or nothing. He's not a fucked up looking guy. He's not some old fat sloppy. He's a guy that a lot of girls might find attractive. So like, okay, look at the detail.
Well, to
They ain't
be
telling a
honest
whole
with
bunch
you,
of details on what this man
no,
doing,
they're
but it's
not giving.
under a story
They're
of
not giving
6
the.
female teachers that have. Hold on, let me finish, brother. We have it under a story where 6 female teachers that are well into detail of their sexual misconduct actually fucking 5 times, 3 times at a time.
Are we gonna sit here and ignore the fact that there are young ladies who are fucking to pass their class? Yeah. There are girls. Hello? Wait, ears. I can't hear you. You went silent. Ears, check your mic.
Yeah, my bad, my bad, my bad.
Yeah, like I was saying, let's are we forgetting that some of these girls are literally fucking their teachers to pass their class? That's an age-long
But
thing
I
going
that
on
ain't
since
that
schools.
but that ain't that but listen, brother, that ain't the subject right now. And that would be more like talking about the mistakes that a lot of young women start making. We're talking
No,
about sexual
the mistake.
misconduct.
Yeah, the
Hold on,
mistake is
listen,
on.
listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying, brother. Right now, we're talking about grown adults that know better than messing with young teenage kids. Teenagers are going to be teenagers. We're going to make stupid mistakes.
Mhm.
Stupid. As a female, they're going to be fucking teachers. They ain't got no business because they're being hot in the ass, and it's the leadership at home. We know that. Males, we're going to be out here fucking teachers. We're going to be out here robbing. I was out there selling dope, robbing, and doing everything under the perspective. I wasn't raised with a mother or father. I didn't have leadership. So we know when you're younger, you do stupid stuff. But when you're an
Mhm.
adult, you have a different kind of responsibility. When you're
And
a teacher and you take a job as an educator, you have a different responsibility. So that's what I'm talking about.
yes, but that goes in tandem of what I'm saying. The entire situation is a mess. And if you have the reason why I brought up the thing with young girls doing that with teachers, you have young girls who are making themselves available. I'm trying to make the point with the Asian teacher that you mentioned. This girl could have sent him a nude pic. She could be failing her class. And this is not me. Well, we don't know who
We're
the girl
saying,
looks.
we're saying the same thing with this.
I know I was agreeing with you.
Oh, okay.
That's
okay.
what I'm saying. I was just agreeing with you.
No, I'm telling you. Got to remember, I'm the host. I'm telling my audience.
Oh, okay, okay. So, and unfortunately, we have to be careful of the innocent men and women teachers who are put in these. They're just caught in bad situations. They're just caught in bad situations, and if you put one standard of punishment across the board, you hit the innocent as well. And some people will sit there and say, "Well, I don't care. Like at least we'll catch all the bad guys until you're one of the innocent people. Then you care." And that is unfair. That's why That's why my point of view was I'm trying to be objective. There is no yes or no answer. You try to make anything a yes or no answer, you miss context to a lot of things, and then things get messy. And that's why it's up to those who create these laws.
That's why I want to play this video again. Listen, you have to listen carefully when you see these stories, and you have to make sense of stuff. The story is at least 6 female teachers arrested for sexual misconduct with students over 2 days across the U.S. And this is the article. Can y'all hear that?
Yeah, they hear it because I heard it. No, ears, play it back, play it back. They don't hear the video, they hear you. I thought you meant do we hear you?
Okay, bet. Let me see what it is. My bad. Hold up, y'all. I had to mute. I had it muted. My bad, y'all. Why is it not playing? Oh. Now, if they do got those explicit photos, yeah, he definitely fucked. But for this guy, should he be on? If they got explicit photos on him in thousands, like they say, should he be a sex offender?
Well, according to what was said, they said that the what's the word for this thing here? If you listen to what they said, there's no actual sexual action. It's just that they're saying that they have evidence of his sexual explicit conversation and photos with the young girl. And because there's a big difference between the girl and him having a sexual dialogue and back and forth over the computer, sending each other pictures or whatever is being done there, and him physically having sex with her. So did they say that like he was charged with? Because I didn't hear what it's like. He was charged with having sex with the girl. They said that he was charged with
No, they said that he had there was several photos. Everybody said it was muted. Let me try it again. Could you hear it?
No, I didn't hear it.
Oh, okay, my fault. I don't know why it wasn't playing it. I took the mute off. Hold on 1 second. This thing acts tricky sometimes. All right, let me know if y'all can hear this. About to play it right now.
Still can't hear it.
Y'all can't hear it?
Nah, I'm watching it in real time with you right now. I can't hear it.
Hold on, y'all. It's StreamYard. Let me take it down and pull it back up. See if it plays now. How about now?
Damn, no, I can't even hear it. So, well, I don't even see anything.
That's crazy.
Okay, there's a video.
No sound?
Well, it's not playing. It's just paused.
Yeah, I paused it, but it should have already had sound.
Relationship with students.
There it goes.
According
There
to
it
Harvard's,
goes.
the 15-year-old talked to high school staff after his arrest, saying he hugged and prosecutors say a second teen has come forward accusing a Franklin High School teacher of trying to have a sexual relationship with her. Pavar's Hornvivat is accused of starting 2 relationships with students. According to court documents, the 15-year-old talked to high school staff after his arrest, saying he hugged and kissed her multiple times. Investigators say she also showed staff thousands of texts from the teacher, some being explicit. Last week, the teacher pleaded not guilty. Seattle Public Schools say he is on leave and is.
They say that.
Okay. Now, hold on. We got to look at this because I'm trying to play devil's advocate. A second student comes forward accusing the teacher of trying to have a relationship with her. The court has seized text messages, thousands of text messages, some of them explicit. So here's a question. Which ones were explicit by him and which ones were explicit by her? Or were they both explicit on both ends? We don't know any of this. They gave a generic, straight across statement. You have no idea. What if I'm just playing devil advocate because I want to try to play a
I agree.
What if she was trying to start a relationship with him? He's just being a teacher and he just tried to tell her, listen, you can't have this, blah, blah. She keeps texting him. She's sending explicit new pictures to him. He's not doing any of this or whatever. He's pleading not guilty. Bro, if they have the text messages of you sending whatever and yada yada, and your lawyers knows that, they got the text messages of you sending a dick pic, B, you're going to take a plea. You're not going to plead not guilty. So something's not adding up here. And he's being accused. Listen to the first statement. He's being accused. A second girl steps forward accusing the teacher of trying to start a relationship with her. Accused of
what happened to the first? What happened to the first girl?
Exactly. What happened to the first girl? So it's a second girl accused of trying to start a relationship. Okay, so he didn't have sex with you. No, he's just being accused for trying to have a relationship. So this is what I'm trying to say. So let's say he's caught. Let's say there's no he never sent no dick pics. All the explicit pics are just from the girl, right? He never sent any explicit messages to her or whatever. He's just caught up in a stupid thing where he shouldn't even be texting her. He's a dumbass for even texting her to begin with. Even if he's trying to do the right thing as a teacher by trying to calm her down or whatever, and like, listen, you can't be. No, that's not your job, teacher. That's her parents' job. You should have just blocked her. Block. That's it. That you save yourself all the problems, whatever the case may be, etc., etc. That's it. Or maybe you got set up and they were just having regular text messages at first. Well, you shouldn't be texting a minor regardless. I'm sure another person had an entire podcast about dudes texting minors. You shouldn't even like their page or be following them. But we're going to leave that alone, right? So he shouldn't be caught up in that. But let's say he's innocently caught up in that. Do you think sexual assault should be put on this man if the situation I just described is what it is? Or should he just get hit with sexual misconduct? I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. If the circumstance is what I just said, he just thought he was doing the right thing by trying to tell this young lady, look, I'm too old for you. You're too young. You need to grow up, blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. Okay, you should have never texted her that, period. You got caught up in the wrong thing. It is unfortunate. And even though you're innocent, right, you're found guilty in a court. I don't know how. Some people just get found guilty even if they are innocent. But instead of us putting statutory rape or sexual battery or whatever the charges that you were saying earlier. We're just going to hit you with sexual misconduct or whatever it is. Then fine. Then the person has a chance to rehabilitate, tell his side of the story, and still have a chance to get through life. He's put on a list that everyone knows for employment and wherever he's trying to live, and then it gives him a chance to allow society to give him a chance. You get put on that other list, bro. There's no given, no chance, nothing, bro. You don't live anywhere with kids. You can't get any jobs with kids. Shit, you can't get a job, period. And chances are you probably get killed. And that's the point I was trying to make.
But I'm saying that's the same list though. Like the list we're describing, like there's no difference of the sex offender list. You can't be near churches. You can't be near schools. You can't be near parks. And pretty much you're restricted on the type of jobs you can get. You can't get jobs where the kids gonna be at and all that stuff like that. So it would be your list of regular sex offenders and misconduct offenders.
Well, the sexual misconduct, like I said, that's why I was trying to liken it to like misdemeanors. If somebody, here's an example, right? So you have battery and assault, right? Somebody touches your child inappropriately. You have no proof of it. Your child comes and says, "Daddy, this guy groped me." You see him in the street. You wash him. Police come. They arrest you both. Both charges are being pressed, right? But you wash the guy for groping your son. Should you get hit with a misdemeanor or battery and assault? The other guy, he's going to do his time for the sexual groping or whatever the case may be. But should you as a parent get hit with a misdemeanor or battery and assault now? That's why.
Or just hit them with your fist, or you talking about with? I'm saying it depends on if you're hitting them with it.
You punch him in the face.
If you're talking about,
period, doesn't matter.
Oh, if you just
matter.
you're gonna get simple battery. That's fighting simple battery. But that don't mean when you go to court, then and you explain yourself to the judge, then that would get thrown out.
No,
but it wouldn't be a felony. It would be a misdemeanor. It would be a.
But watch this then.
Now, if you took a gun out and shot him, then that would be different. Or if you took a knife out, stabbed him, or if you hit them with a weapon, now then you're talking about an aggravated assault.
So now let me ask you a question.
Now then that's different. They don't care about your explanation.
What's the someone says felony, not misdemeanor. That guy, that Asian teacher, let's say he's innocent. Does the case get thrown out? Legally, it gets thrown out. But what happens to the dude? He's fucked.
But it's still on his. He still got the jacket on.
Yeah,
and that's fucked up. He still got that jacket on.
And that's the point I'm trying to make. This is why I'm separating the crimes, and so that one, like Love said, it fits the crime. Because if you just put the jacket on straight across, then okay. So you walk up to this guy who groped your son, in a fit of rage, you punch him with your fists. And they go, well, it doesn't matter if you punch him with his fist, it's battery and a felony, bro. Like, what? This dude groped my son. I'm trying to defend my son. Yeah, I understand, but like you punched him. Like, what? So I'm gonna suffer this heavy crime because I'm Yeah. So now, okay, so let's put it on this teacher now. So this teacher now is gonna get sexual. This teacher's gonna get sexual assault, even though it was misconduct. Come on, so I'm trying to be objective. I understand our feelings.
I get you, bro. I get you, and we get it or whatever. But let's read on to these stories, though. Let's just is more reporting and talking about it. So let's read about it. So we got more. What we stopped at? What did we stop at? We stopped at the Oklahoma teacher. Let me refresh where we was. So a former substitute teacher, Hancock allegedly began communicate with the team last October. Eventually began sending the 15-year-old nude pics. So we talked about if your child gets certain nude pics where it comes from a male perspective and a female perspective. We pretty much I ain't seen too many people that had a different perspective if it gets sent to our daughter. We all gonna lose our damn mind. But you know, the trick out here is when it becomes our young children, males, you know, because you know we can have good genes, we can have some good looking young men out here, and then we have these Krugers and these predators taking advantage of our kids, not just our young girls, you know. So that's just a heads up, you know. You send your kids to school to get educated, but there's some little weirdo women out here that want to educate your little boys a little bit more than they need to. Um, so the next woman we got is okay. After that story, say the pair eventually had illicit relations on school property. So not only she sent the boy, the 15-year-old, the pictures, they end up having illicit relations. That probably means she gave him some head. I'm assuming, that they would have said they had sex. So yeah, she probably gave him some head. So the next person is, I guess, this ugly woman right here. Now she should be thrown under the chair because I think that last woman was this woman here. These two women, they cool. But this woman here, I'm just playing. That shit ain't cool. But y'all get what I'm saying. Y'all don't be too goddamn serious. But this woman here, we need to throw her ass under the jail for what she did. I don't even know what she did, but whatever little boy you done mess with, motherfucker, I'm pressing charges on this one. Yeah. How about you? How about you, Triforce?
No, that's obvious. Like,
I'm
no,
pressing
yeah,
mad charges on this one if I find out she fuck with my son.
yeah, exactly. And I keep saying, you gotta hit them where it hurts, man. She got a Benz outside. I
Hey,
need that. She got a bank account. I need that. I need that house. Whatever. I need that. It's because outside of me whooping her ass,
Lord. Let's read about her. Say Christian Gant, 36, an English teacher at a Catholic high school in Des Moines, Iowa. Des Moines, Iowa, I think Des Moines is the biggest city in Iowa, so it ain't like his old backwoods,
it
you know,
is. It
whatever.
is.
Was added, well, it is compared to most cities in America, but you know, it's the biggest city in Iowa. Was added to the tally Friday for allegedly having sex with a teen student 5 times. 5 times, y'all. Why wasn't
Pris-
that in that damn
Prison.
video?
Prison, no her rehabilitation. Forget about the sex offender list. Whatever the charge she's getting, let's say, okay, if she did it one time, she get 15 years. It's 15 years for each time she did that, and that's it. She serves a life there.
So let's see. So 5 times. So inside and outside her school, according to the local reports. Investigators said Nat groomed the student over social media. See, this is what we didn't have back in the days, that social media. And this is probably what gives them more access to these young boys than anything. And your young boy ain't gonna come to you and tell you about this. He hitting puberty. So the thought of him getting his dick sucked, sliding in something, he might like it at first. But then he gonna realize how controlling these women is and how they like what they got going on, and you just trying to slide in something. And they really trying to groom you because they ain't gonna never find no damn man. Then you done slipped up and got one on pregnant, and now your whole son future is with some weird old woman that was taking advantage of his youth. We seen that already. Remember the 14-year-old that I reported about a month ago or whatever that got pregnant, and the 30-year-old teacher got pregnant by him, and the mother was complaining, and she was saying that, hey, if this was a little girl, you wouldn't let the mother out, talking about because she about to have a baby. You wouldn't let the father out saying, oh, because he's about to be a father. If he had sex with a 13-year-old girl and got her pregnant, you wouldn't let him stay out and say, oh, it's because he's about to have he's about to be a father. He's about to be a father of a predatory situation. So it's the same with that woman. She had a baby in prison, had a baby, send the baby out to the family. The family been they going through court trying to get the child. It shouldn't be no questions asked. That is statutory. I done brought a whole bunch of these stories, and they get worse and worse. They just pretty much somebody else done noticed that this is happening at an alarming rate. And it's been happening. Don't get me wrong. But we're in the social media area, so it's definitely coming more to the light. But I would like to point it out. May I? But anyway, this lady, I'm gonna read that back over because I got a little bit off. Christian Ed, 36, English teacher at a Catholic high school. A Catholic high school was added to the tally Friday, allegedly having sex with a teen student 5 times inside and outside her school. Investigators said Nat groomed the student over a social media and surveillance camera caught them going into classroom alone with pampered over windows. Her rooms had, and she locked the door, and her rooms had paper over it. She has since been fired from the school and now answered to felony counts of sexual exploitation. Not statutory, only sexual
Right.
exploitation.
Thank you for pointing that out. Like, what? Sexual exploitation?
That
Bro.
sounds like something easy to get off of.
That's what I'm and then it blocks her from getting put on the sexual offender list.
Right. Exactly. In Virginia, they done moved on. They don't want to give us no more details about that. I might have to go do more details to find out. In Virginia, Alicia McCarman, something I don't know. I don't know what that is. I ain't gonna wreck my brain. 33, a teacher at James Madison High School, was also nabbed for allegedly sex with a student over a course of several months. Wow.
Well, it did say allegedly, so.
Allegedly. Well, nah, they picked up. All these people have been picked up.
Oh, they have. Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's why it came to the news, because it was a large thing. It was 6 teachers over 2 days. A learning disability teacher with Fairfax County Schools since 2016 has been charged with 4 counts of indecent liberty and is held without bond. Indecent liberties? What the hell is that?
I swear it just sounds like they be creating these soft charges.
Well, under it say was arrested for sex with a student, but they got it as indecent liberties. I guess that's another way to get her where she won't get a sex offender.
Yo, what?
In that state, in the state of Virginia. So we would probably have to look up the laws in the state of Virginia and see if what is called indecent liberties is required to be in the sexual offender law under a sex offender.
Why does the law of the state have anything to do with sex? It should be across the board.
Because each state, because you got to understand how America operates. You know what I mean? Each state still can hold their own laws, and Virginia is part of the original 13 colonies.
I swear, I think America's gonna have one state is gonna create a law for pedo, and then once that state is created, you're gonna see an influx of pedos just moving into that one state, and then soon another state's gonna have it, and another state's gonna have it, and then that's just gonna be just normal, because it looks like they're trying to push for this shit, bro. That's what it looks like. This shit doesn't look like they're trying to defend against it. It looks like they're trying to find a way to make this shit normal and people accept it. Oh well, you know, we've been having sex when we like 16, 14, 12, and 9, and it's shit is sick nonsense.
All right. So here we have our next chick. She pretty hot now. She could get it. Why she want a teenager? I have no damn idea. Because there's not a man out here, black man, white man, Chinese man, that wouldn't goddamn hit this. You know
I'll tell you exactly why. I'm telling you, this is not me, my opinion. I've heard girls. I'm down here in Jamaica, and the girls down here who look like they're well, I know they're 16. You can tell you can look at a girl's eyes and find out how old they actually are. But these girls are young, but they look like they're in their mid-20s and stuff like that, and they stay young for a while. Because I know a 31-year-old girl who looks like she's 21, and I know a 33-year-old girl. I know a bunch of girls down there, whatever the case may be, but they don't want older men because older men, in their opinion, this is their quote unquote, nah, they nasty. They already done had sex with mad different bitches. They got all types of diseases. The younger ones are actually clean. That's what it is, bro. Well, that's not just the only reason, but I'm just telling you one of the reasons I've heard. It's all about just getting their rocks off on someone clean. And if the 15-year-old is swinging like an adult, they were like, fuck it.
Okay, in her situation, say Jeveline, she was a coach. So maybe I guess she was a coach of the boys track and field or whatever, because I see she got track and field right here.
Okay, so
So
we
you
know what
know
happened.
so we know it's one of those young athletic boys, one of y'all young athletic boys. We always raising our boys to be nice and healthy, and we know they start sprouting up. Hey, I showed y'all the picture of my son. My son was a beast. He looked like a grown ass man. He's bigger than me. He's 6'2", 220. You know, when you go in his high school to this day, because they was state champion for 3 straight years, and he was an important part of that. When you go in this high school right now, you see a big ass my menu picture of him and the other teammates of that championship team. He's a huge kid. So yeah, these women, they seen your huge ass kid growing up, sprouting up. So it says coach allegedly had sex with a 17-year-old boy she coached, prosecutor said. Now, in the real world, are we really strict about 17 years old? Would you be bothered by your 17-year-old boy having sex with a 26-year-old?
All right, so now here's where we get into. This is a real tight situation here, because in India, Japan, 14 is the age of consent. Your 14-year-old can have sex, and it's kind of, it's up and down depending on whatever the situation. A 14-year-old can have sex with someone older than them up to 21 or something like that, or whatever the case may be. In India, like you can marry a 14-year-old, but you at a certain age is the only time you can have sex with them. And then you have the Middle East in some countries. I don't want to make it general and broad the entire Middle East with it, but in some countries you can have sex with your wife at 12 or 14, depending on this the
Yeah, let me
circumstance.
put a poll here. Let me see how the chat. My bad. Go ahead.
No. You were putting up the note. So 17. I can't give an objective answer to 17, because there are things. I'm on the fence with 17 for a boy, and that's being biased. Because if you say, well, what about your daughter at 17? I'm like, no. So you see, it's unfair. But because I'm gonna ask that, but I'm not gonna ask that in the same question, because I don't want it to be a whataboutism kind of question. Yeah.
I'm gonna ask that, but I want it to be a question within its own. But I'm like, this is not like the see what you're gonna say. It's just that we're two men, and I open up the panel just in case any women want to come up, so we can all just, like, if we were the ones that had to make a law, how would we feel about, like, as a society, how would we come to these decisions? Because everybody sees things different, and it depends on if it's a boy or girl. What effect will it make if it's your boy? What effect will it make if it's your girl? Is 17 too young for a boy, but is it too young for a girl? Like, there's a lot of questions here. In my opinion, go ahead.
No, I wanted to answer that question that you just asked. I wanted to give. So this is my subjective opinion about the matter, because first of all, we're not robots, so we're not making these decisions based on any form of logic. Let me reverse that statement. We're not making this solely on logic. That's what I wanted to say at first. It's logic mixed in with our opinions, mixed in with our experience. So it's not objective. It's going to always be subjective. The only thing I can say objective is this, and this is where you have to set the standard. A standard has to be set. A foundation has to be set, because once you have a foundation, then you can build on it. Whatever it is for women or females, so is for the guys. So if 17,
whoever that is in the back, give me 1 second. I'm creating a poll. Give me 1 second. Just stay right there. Go ahead, bro.
So if 17 is too young for your daughter, it's too young for your son. So this way, when it happens, even if you go 17 for a guy, your objective answer is, well, even though personally I'm 17, I beat, so I don't see what the problem is, it's still against the law. See, there's a ground, there's a foundation on it. So even if you don't feel that way, that's not the point. The point is it's against the law. So if under 7, if it's 17 and under is considered a minor, that's what it is, bro. So that's
It's
the
not.
only
That's what I'm saying. Listen. That's state by state. That's how it works. That's
Texas
why I'm
says you're
asking,
an
as you, as an adult, as a logical person, what? Listen, bro.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Because we all got to make these decisions. We know what the state says. We know what the law says. We take the law serious when we want to, and sometimes we don't. At the end of the day, it's our decision as an adult. If my son decided, if I know my son is having sex, right? Say he broke his virginity, and I know it was somebody his age or whatever, right? So he's out here, and I know he's doing his thing. I done talked to him about sex. He got his condom, and he just starting to having sex with a 26-year-old. They got the equation that she's a teacher. Alone. Let me finish, brother. They
I
got
was
the
trying to find out
equation
if it
that
was
she.
female. That's all. Go on.
If she's well, if he's he can, if he's like that, if he's homosexual, okay, male too. If his partner is 26 years old, he's of the legal age, because in Georgia, 17 you're legal to consent. You as a logical parent, how do you feel? I'm gonna let Halima speak first. She just came up. Shout out to Halima. Beautiful Halima. It's all on you. Take your mic off mute, maybe.
Oh, hey, Eris. Hey, Triforce. How are you guys? I was on mute. So I want to get clear on your question. Is it about a 17-year-old son with a 26-year-old woman, but not a teacher? Because I think there's
what we had here is as I was going through these stories, I was just putting ourselves in the situations. You get what I'm saying? Like these are everyday things, and everyday dilemmas. Say we creating a community or something like that. You always everybody have to come to some kind of conclusion. You get what I'm saying? So it's hypothetically. You get what I'm saying? So I'm not putting nobody on no hot seat or nothing like that. So what I'm saying is we're reading about this teacher here. And she's a coach. You got a handsome son. He's probably 6'3". He's the size of a grown ass man. He, whatever.
Yeah.
He's out there doing his thing. He's out there hunching or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Now, his teacher, who is not that much older than him, if we look at it in retrospect, because if a 28-year-old woman gets with a 36-year-old man, we don't look at that as a big age difference. So he's 17, she's 26. Are you mad? I mean, is this, or do you want to press charges? And tell me why.
Yes. Okay. So, and this is why I would be livid, because she's a teacher. She's a teacher and student relationship that I think should always be no sex involved. I mean, if you're a professor in college, that may be something different, but.
Okay, and now let's do it both ways. Now let's take it. Let's take away her not being a teacher. Say he just met one just out in the, he went to Walmart and met a girl. He didn't know she was 26. She just looked at, because this woman, she looks young. She could go for 20, 21, 22. So say he met her in Walmart and he likes her or whatever, and he got his smash on. Are you still feeling the same way?
Not to the degree, but I wouldn't like it. Yeah.
How about you? Oh my bad. I'll let you finish. I'm sorry.
No, I'm good. I would personally like it, but again, for teacher student, it's not a question of age. It's about position. I mean, It is about age, of course, but it's also about the position and the authority.
Well, age comes first, of course, but and then if there's question within the age, then it comes within where it, began at, because you're looking at the teacher as you're supposed to be teaching my son, not being. But
Right.
we do have to admit as adults, them hormones kick in, and goddamn, you might forget, motherfucker, if you sitting there. She might have forgot that she was a teacher. And because they might have went to go get something to eat after practice or something, and she done forgot that this is your damn student. You know what I
No,
mean? Looking at, she done went to seeing them, your young son muscles bulging and stuff.
mm.
You know what I'm saying?
Like I went to Catholic schools, right? And I remember two fathers actually. I went to all girls school and I went to a co-ed Catholic school. And the co-ed school, one of the deans, he actually, asked me to come up to his office. It was very weird, but he got a girl pregnant, and the father came up to the school with the bat and beat his ass in front of everybody.
Ooh.
So yeah,
That-
and it also happened.
Triforce, damn, that's what you was talking about, Triforce? Goddamn, Triforce, that you got away. That's why you went back to Jamaica? You hauled ass
That's-
after you done beat
that's
that man ass? I'm just fucking with you.
I was charged with a misdemeanor.
That's what Triforce was talking about he was gonna do. If you play with his daughter.
Yeah.
Man, yeah, I feel you. Yeah, that about sound like what I'm gonna do too. Shit. So
I mean,
say
yeah.
that guy that got that girl pregnant.
Mm-hmm.
If he did that, say he did that at another school, or he got caught having sex with a girl, or sending a dick pic at another school.
Mhm.
But being that we didn't take it too serious. Now he gets a job at this place. Now he gets the kid pregnant. What
Mhm.
should be the next level of punishment? Or what should he be punished with for having this girl pregnant? Should he be a sex offender now? Should he be locked up? Or
Well,
what?
according to the law, according to the state law, then I think this man deserved to have some jail time. I think so, because it's a violation at the highest order to, as a teacher, you're the adults. The parents are entrusting the adults to be adults and not just run on hormones. So now this young girl, maybe she did like him. I know I remember who she was. I mean, she's attractive white girl who was very popular in like performing arts and stuff. And so I would have never guessed those two would have been doing anything, but it happened. So her whole life now has changed. Now, I'm not saying she doesn't have any accountability. I'm not going to say that. But I'll put more onus on the adults in that situation than the child. Because even if she's like 16, 15, 16.
But
Mhm.
and here's a crucial question right here, because Triforce, he
Mhm.
made a great point earlier when it came to this situation, but we was talking about a dude earlier. So
Mhm.
I would think she would be kind of one of those.
Yes, I can't hear you.
Oh, hold on. Can you hear me now?
Now I can. You went out for just a sec. Mhm.
Okay. Because
You went out again.
Everyone hit the like button when Ears is. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Ears, we can't hear you. Oh, I think he fell off.
mic check.
You're here. I hear you.
Am I going in and out?
Yeah, you're going in and out. Keep talking.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you now.
Okay. If it went for her job, this wouldn't be something she should be arrested for. You get what I'm saying? So I kind of think this is kind of on the lines of like, this is an iffy one.
Right.
I have a thought on it.
Go ahead, brother.
So, one, if they get caught, and this is what I'm talking about, the crime and the time. So, this is completely unfair and unbiased.
Right.
17-year-old kid, right? Let's say it's my son, right? I'm not gonna cap. I'm gonna be like, what you did was wrong, son. High five, but good clap in cheeks. right? But this teacher should be barred from teaching for life. She's done. She took advantage of a minor, whatever. Irrespective of my son getting involved, this doesn't matter because, like the young lady just said a while ago, she's a teacher. She's a professional. She brought up a very, very important point. We're entrusting these strangers to our children, and so not only were they unprofessional, but they broke their oath and their trust with us as parents. So you can't teach anymore, right? She should be put on a sexual offenders list. To me personally, I think that's too harsh because, like you brought up, the counterpoint to it. What if she wasn't a teacher and he just met her on the blah blah blah? Does she get put on that list? Like your 17-year-old son saw a 26-year-old woman at the basketball court. He just finished dunking on a dude to win the game, and this girl's running with a double D's and slapping him in the face and all this other shit. Yeah, and they have sex and whatever. Do you put a fucking sexual assault charge out on her? No one's gonna do that. No objective father is gonna do that, objective or subjective. No one's gonna do that. So me personally, I would just say this goes under sexual misconduct because she's a professional. She gets her job lost, she goes into rehabilitation, whatever the case may be, and then she gets to reevaluate her life. Now, here's the double standard. If it was my daughter at 17, see, I'm not giving that a rug. So you see how unfair it is? If we keep it 100% real, this shit's just unfair. So there has to be some type of ground.
It is unfair because when we put these sexual charges on people, we have to understand at what point where we can let our children become, if they're sexually active, become adults. I believe 17 is an adult age where my child can make a sexual act. I don't think that she should be or he, but once that cat is out the bag, we all know there's nothing you can fucking do. Whoever they choose after that, it's not up to you to tell you, hey, what age range you can choose. Now, yes, I think that some people are more preying towards those young people that are making those decisions, and I think they're wrong. But this age gap, like I say, I wouldn't see it if she was not his school teacher. I agree with y'all when it comes to the school teacher in her position. You got to be held at the higher standards. But I think she should be only fired and maybe in her file as far as employment, it should be saying, okay, she had some kind of misconduct with students. But I don't think through the law system she should be charged as far as misconduct as a sex offender, because if she wasn't a teacher, it wouldn't be frowned upon. Because in Georgia, you're of age of consent at I think it's either 16 or 17. But I know there's some states that you're at consent at 16. So if it's by law that you can have sex with somebody, but it's just a school policy that you can't, they should only keep it in your job line. You get what I'm saying? And not
I agree with
ruin
that.
your whole life.
Exactly.
A sex offender thing.
That's what
she's
I've been
arrested
saying.
right now, and that indicates that. And now you're going to be put into a sex offender list. That if you was having sex with a 17-year-old that you met, you know what I'm saying, at Walmart, it's not you're not a predator. I mean, not at 26. He's a 17. Even if you was 36, 46, he's still a consent in the law, in the eye of the law. Now, in the eye of a parent, you can be like, no, you preying on my young goddamn child. But you can't be, you can't hold your baby hand no more. Once your baby out there slinging wood. Yeah. I'm just saying.
So the age of consent in this case, the age of consent was 18. Because if this boy was 17,
well, it depends on the state. It depends on the state. I'm not sure about where she's at. But if it was in Georgia or Florida, I know it's 16 to 17.
Okay. I think California is 18.
But some states are.
Okay,
California is 18.
I think so.
How about your state, Triforce, or wherever you at? And we'll let Lovelace kick in.
Jamaica 16.
Salute Lovelace. 16 Jamaica? Okay.
Yeah.
How about you, Lovelace? Where is it? What are you? Like you in what, North Carolina?
18. Yeah, it should be 18. Peace and blessings, brother. How you doing? Can you hear me?
I'm doing good. I'm
Uh
doing
oh.
good. Yeah, I'm doing
Okay,
good.
Good
cool.
evening.
Oh,
Hey,
Can you hear
wonderful.
me?
Lovely.
Hey, I can hear you. Salute to the beautiful people. I just wanted to jump in real quick, Halima and Triforce. Salute to y'all too. Hopefully y'all can hear me good because I'm sneaking. Look, I'm in the school and sneaking on the phone because I was like, wait a minute. I'd like to add this if I could. As an educator, right? That means you deal with children on any level, right? As an educator, you are held up to a different performance standard when you are coming with these children, when you are dealing with these children. And I'm gonna wrap it up with this. I don't care if these children meet you in Walmart, whatever store chain, whatever food chain. You understand your oath as an educator, and me personally, I'm gonna uphold your ass to it. Excuse my mouth, but I'm gonna do it. So if you an educator copping out at a restaurant, meeting up with these young children, coming on to these young children, and I'm talking about any gender, I'm not going to do any race. I'm going to do any gender. Okay. Because I understand that the cultural differences, I understand that and I can process that appropriately. However, as an educator, right, you have an oath. Do not forget your oath. Whether you at church, whether you at Walmart, whether you stop by the Piggly Wiggly, whether you're gone over there to your other job, you are still an educator and you have an oath, and I will hold you according to it. Now I done got my voice all shaky and carrying on because y'all know I don't like to play with these children. Children can be
I
easily
know, I know,
manipulated.
I know.
Yeah. Yeah, children can be easily manipulated, and some adults can be easily manipulated by children as well. It is a thing that we must get through and must get over the best way we can. However, just my opinion, last thing, right? As an educator, okay? I'm going to uphold you guys to your oath. I'm going to ask you about your oath. Don't tell me you was just talking about a Walmart and, ooh,
You
this little
breaking up
person
a
look,
little
you
bit.
know, uh-oh. I mean, okay, wait a minute. I'll
No, you
come
good
back to
now.
you.
Go
I'm
ahead. Go
sorry.
ahead.
Yeah, I can
Good
hear
now?
you. Hmm.
Okay, good now. But yeah, I'm going to uphold you to your oath. I'm going to uphold you to your oath, educators. It's just like any other type of job title that you may have that I guess deems a different, higher perspective on things. Your mental has to be a little stronger than the average cat. You know, whether you're a judge, whether you're a lawyer, whether you're a doctor, whether you have some type of oath that you take, you owe it to the people. You owe it to the children. You honestly owe it to yourself just to be a respectful person. If you out there lurking after children and you're not sure why you feel some type of way, it's okay to go get a mental evaluation. It's okay to say to a therapist, somebody professional, I feel this way. Seek counseling. Seek counseling. Do not try to do this on your own. What I'm understanding is this mental health issue, especially towards children, it's real, right? And it can be confusing. So all I'm saying is to the adults that are out there and you're confused, please seek you some professional help. You need it. And it's okay. I'm not saying anything is wrong with you. What I'm saying is you need to get that mental evaluation. To the children that are out there finding this path difficult to understand because your hormones are going, you want to be popular, you want to be loved, you want to be liked, you need to seek professional help as well, whether it's with your parents, whether it's with your guardian, whomever. Have the conversation. I'm feeling this way. Have the conversation with an adult that you trust so you can get the help that you need. Thank you, brother. Salute to the panel. Peace to the chat. I got to get out of here, but I appreciate you for just letting me chime in for a second.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was good.
Yes,
That was real good.
yes, absolutely.
And that's from an educator, people.
Hmm.
So when she see these type of things, that's just like, if I seen some HVAC dudes up here doing it, I got to come up here and defend my people.
Yeah,
You know what I
because our
mean? These
children
people,
deserve better. I mean, again,
right.
100% agree with Lovelace. We have to hold the educators to a higher standard, just like we do police officers. Hopefully, we hold these people to a higher. They took an oath, and so yeah, I mean, whatever the law says for her state, she has to contend with that.
Right, right, right. And it's kind of messed up that the laws vary in state to state, but it's between 16 and 18. So like I say, we as parents, yeah, we don't want our kids to be out there doing it, but once they get of that age, I mean, as far as law wise, we gotta kind of, you know what I'm saying, understand. But and that's where we come in at. We have to teach our kids, talk like the brother Trifor said, talk to our sons first. You know,
Mhm.
don't we tend, and I did it myself. My son grew so fast that I forgot that he was about to be hitting puberty, and I forgot what time it was. You know what I'm saying? And
Right,
you
right.
get used to everyday life. It ain't until you see them, looking at a girl butt, and then you're like, oh shit, I need to talk to him. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Yeah, because I use and see, bruh, I thought I was the coolest dad in the world. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying? I got a hood swag, I got a professional swag. I coach my son's basketball, football, baseball. I'm the guy that my son can talk to about everything. But when it was coming to, time to, do stuff with girls, it's a different approach that they have to come to you. You know what I'm saying? Because my son, he went to a school where there's a lot of white girls. So in that he didn't want to tell me he was ready to, do his thing. He didn't want to tell me
Mhm.
he was liking these white girls.
Right. Mhm.
He didn't want to tell me because I mean but that's all that's around there. And the few black girls that's around there, he felt like they didn't like him. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
They like the white boys or the mixed boys. You know how I get.
Yeah.
So I can't tell him, you know what I'm saying? So and the white girls liked him. Those were those are the ones that was giving him some. So when I'm coming to one of his wrestling matches, whatever. So his mom calls me on the way there. She like, yeah,
Wrestling.
did he tell you, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, my son, he's been a state champion for the last 3 years of his high way. He's graduated now.
Oh
He's
man.
Woohoo!
three-time state champion.
You
But
gotta get up, you
I'm
gotta get
coming
him
to
off of
one of
the
his wrestling
stigma.
matches and stuff. So I'm coming from Florida, coming up there. I'm on my way to his wrestling match or whatever. And his mom calls me. She like, has D told you? He's like, D called you? I'm like, nah. They're like, oh, he asked me. He all nervous and everything. I was like, for what? She was like, cause he got a girlfriend. See, in her head is his girlfriend. But I thought at first it was a girlfriend too, cause from her perspective.
Oh, I
So
see.
yeah, so I'm like, oh yeah. So I'm like, he kind of he didn't even want me to tell you that he was having a match today, but I had to tell you he was trying to be slick because he knew I'm gonna come to all his matches. You get what I'm saying? So he didn't
Yeah.
want me to come to his matches because he didn't want me to see his white girl.
Mhm. Oh my
So I get
gosh.
the white girl he's smashing. This is because I know he was a virgin up until this point. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
So I
mhm.
gets up there or whatever, and he just tried to cut me off, catch me or whatever. Like, yeah, Dad, I got a chick that I've been, messing with or whatever, whatever. So when I meet her, she nice girl or whatever, whatever, whatever. And at first, I thought it was a girlfriend. Then he calls me the next day, and now he's just breaking down everything. Like, oh man, she's just doing this, that, that, that. And I didn't really realize what my son. I'm like, damn. I'm like, this is your first, and he broke down his first night and all that. But they don't. My point is, they don't tell you before they do it. They tell you after they do it.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like hard to control where their hormones are at. I didn't even think he was ready to that point yet because he was kind of square. My son ain't getting none. I was thinking, you know
And
what I'm saying?
how young was he at this was his first experience?
Huh?
Was he in high school?
Yeah, he was in high school. Yeah. And he's
Oh.
only 16 at the time. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying?
I see. Mhm.
So, but he talks to me about everything. And I just knew he would tell me before. But that I was like, why you ain't talking to me? He like, man, it was just something I just wanted to I wanted to experience something for myself. I didn't want you to talk me out of it. You know what I'm saying? I was like, he's making that was his man decision. You get what I'm
Right.
saying? Like,
Yeah.
and I probably would have talked him out of it. But I'm like, no, I'm gonna talk to you about using condoms. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So I made sure pounded that in his head. So and then I knew that I pounded in his head. And I know I'm rambling, but I gotta tell y'all this story too. I knew that I pounded it in his head about these condoms because then probably like 3 months later, it probably was a little longer. He calls me, he's panicking. Dad, I need your help. I need your help. And he might kill me if he know I told y'all this story. He just, my
We
nigga,
won't
I'm
tell.
like,
We
what
won't tell.
you and I'm like, what happened? He's like, I think it came off. It came off. It slipped out. I need the plan B. I'm like, what the fuck is you talking about? Please just send me the money. I promise I'll pay you back. I know I messed up. I'm sorry. And then that he totally panicked, thinking that he didn't use protection or the protection came off. I can't do this. I got my whole future ahead.
Exactly.
And I'm over here laughing like, I don't know, man. I don't know if I'm gonna give you this money for this shit. Dad, I get paid this week. Please don't do me like this. And I'm over here laughing, knowing I'm gonna give him the money. But goddamn, I had to drag it out just a little bit. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, now you learned your lesson now. And you about to fuck around and get that, because I keep pounding the head. You better not get that little white girl pregnant. Fuck that. I ain't racist, but I want some black babies. Fuck that shit. But I mean, I don't care. I'm gonna love my grandbaby regardless. But if you think I just want it, baby. That's all. You got Geechee in your blood. That's all. We got some strong bloodline. But goddamn, he was panicking. But it let me know that he was taking in seriously what I was, you know what I'm saying, trying to tell him.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That's the moral of that story. And the moral of it is you can be me and my son has a tight ass bond, but it's just some stuff they're gonna do that.
Your ears, you went mute.
Connection problem. Hello, yo. Mic check.
Now you went out for a second. Yeah, you're back.
Mic check. I'll let one of y'all.
Well, I you know, my son is my son. I talked a lot about responsibility to the children under my charge. That means my nephew, my nieces, my stepchildren, and so I think he figured it out on his own from friends and experience. But with my stepdaughter and my niece, this very different experience because I relate to them. And so with my niece now, she's still a virgin, and we talk a lot about this stuff, from a health perspective, from an anatomical perspective, psychology perspective. I mean, she's very intuitive, and so I just feel it's my responsibility to pass it down. And I'm happy that she wants to finish college before, she wanted to finish high school before she got a boyfriend. And she still hasn't had it, but she likes this one guy, but they're just friends, and he doesn't know it's kind of still cute. It's in this cute phase, you know what I'm saying? It's not serious. It's not all of that yet, but it's still kind of like that, best friend kind of I like you, but no one knows thing, which I think is good. Don't rush. Please don't rush. So, yeah, I think the parents have to guide their children more so to make better decisions. But going back to what you were saying about your son, that is hilarious. So I had a quick question for you. So the reason why he did come to you, he wasn't comfortable telling you about her, is because he knew your views that you wanted him to be.
Well, I think he was nervous because a lot of times I would tell him like, "Hey man, be careful of the little white," because I knew he went to a majority white school.
Oh,
So I'm like,
see.
I would
Okay,
give
yeah.
him the warnings about, hey, be careful of the little white girls, man. Don't be somebody else touching on their butt and all that stuff. Don't be doing it. I tell them things like, hey, I don't sugarcoat like how I had to learn. Hey, be careful of the little white boys. Be careful of the white folks. You know what I'm saying? So he, to him over time, and he's getting comfortable with white people. Like, oh, that ain't that bad. But my daddy might be a little racist. So I ain't racist. I'm just thinking about society. And when a child is learning, they don't understand until it happens. You get what I'm saying? So he was just nervous that I might feel some type of way, because, his first girlfriend or whatever that I was going to meet was going to be a white girl. You know what I'm saying? He was just subconscious about what I was thinking. And then once it got clear or whatever, he didn't care. It was just the first jitter of it, of like, hey, this is the first time. Like, it's the first time for everything. So,
yeah.
But since then, he's opened up and everything. He tells me about all the stuff he doing. And I talk to him generally, like he say, you give your son a high five. But my daughter was tough. But I got a daughter story too, though.
All right, let's
See,
hear.
I I'm the father. I'm the father role of my deceased brother's daughter. She's 20, so her and my son are literally the same age, a year apart. I deal with her, you know. She was living down here with me in Orlando, and then she decided to be an adult. Not we ain't fall out or nothing. She just like, oh, I'm moving out. I'm like, okay, well, hold on, I don't know how to handle that because I don't want you to move out. I want to keep my eye on you. You know what I'm saying? And she
Right.
held her virginity for a long time. And I always had to try to micromanage her shit. You know what I'm saying? Until
I
she
know you
decides
do.
she wants to tell me.
Are you
But
nervous?
I tried to do at first but see, she lost her virginity before she came up here from New York. She came up here from New York when she was 16. So
Mm,
I tried to micromanage it because I couldn't do nothing. She living with her mother. I'm not her father, but I just got to be as close every step as possible. You get what I'm saying? I just
oh
gotta
yeah.
act like a father and just on child support, I guess.
Right.
So, but when she was finally able to move away when the pandemic started, she came and moved with me. So, but before she moved here, she was up there, and I had to try to micromanage her there, give her all the tips, and baby, don't give away that beautiful thing, and all this shit
Right.
that we try to do. And I know, and you know, your daughter respect you and all that stuff because she respect every word I have, like for real, for real. So anyway, like she's rebellious, but she gonna feel like she's an adult, and she went out there and did it. And guess who the first person she called after she did it? She called me
You?
and she was like, "Damn, I wish I would have listened to you. It wasn't even
Oh.
what I thought it was gonna be, and this and that, and this and that. I'ma listen to you from now on." And I'm pissed off over here, but I can't let her know I'm pissed off. I'm over here like, I told you, God damn it.
Right.
Baby, it's okay, baby. You know, this and that. You know, you learned to let, you know, she like, yeah, I really did. You know, I see what you was talking about now. And then I seen the dramatic change in the way she carried herself and all this stuff like that afterwards or whatever, this and that. And I had to just give her the whole, you know, a whole bunch of condom speeches and, you know, no baby speeches. Like she know I stay on her so much, and here she is. Hell, compared to everybody else, she 20 and she ain't got no kids, and she's still, you know, doing her thing in her life. She's being able to experience life without having to carry something around. So, like, my point is, you can have a great relationship with your kids, but once they get of age, and that wasn't until she was 16 in New York. I don't know what the law or what it is in 16, but you know, hell, essentials. If it was 16, I can't be mad about it. It wasn't a teacher or nothing or something like that. Yeah, I would be
It
mad
wasn't
about that.
it wasn't
Yeah.
a 20 it wasn't a 26-year-old man she met in Walmart.
And no, but I believe he was older. You know what I'm saying?
Ah.
I think she did say he was like 23. So to
Oh.
us, we were like, damn, that's a big ass gap. That predator. But then if she was 28 and he was 34, we were like, that ain't shit.
But how did you
You
really
know what
feel
I'm saying?
about that though? Because that is a 16, 23. That's a big difference. In my opinion, it's a big difference.
And mine is not like not being on no predator. I don't want to. I ain't looking at, but I'm just saying, like if it's 28 and 34, you ain't mad. Only difference is you're looking at your precious child, and you're not realizing that they hit an age of consent. You know what I'm
May,
saying? Once they hit consent, whatever age it is, you know, you can't even you gotta excuse the age difference once they hit level of consent. And
may
I
I
know
jump
that
in with some?
sounds a lot of people are not gonna agree with that, or they're gonna say, "Oh, you like young girls," or some dumbass shit like that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying whatever age of consent. If it's not 16 in your state, I'm pushing it up to 18. Let's just push that. I'm not saying
Mhm.
underage girl. I'm saying whatever your age of consent is.
Mhm.
And just
Now,
make sure
can I
I'm
jump?
100% clear. Go ahead, brother.
So I don't, I don't. There is a. All right, let me get my words proper because people like to take things out of context.
Mhm.
I think what most parents' concern is, um, it's not it's not the age of consent per se. Let me explain that. People don't take that right out of context, right? It there's an obvious age of consent. 14, you're fucking crazy. 15, what the fuck?
Facts.
16, no. Like we all have a cutoff. Like no, that's out of pocket. All of that's out of pocket. But let's step up to 17, 18, 19. Let's step into that gray area.
Right.
Right?
Well, and not to be like, weird or nothing, but in certain states, according to law, 16 is the gray area. But then you got to look. Then you got to look at where you're
Jamaica
from.
16,
but then you got to
and
look at it as somebody just turned 16, or they're at the back end of 16 going to
and that's
17.
that's what I want to talk about. And Jamaica is not even a gray area. 16 is 16. You good to go. Like if you're 18 in America. But here's the issue. I think people like parents who have parents. Someone was saying parents who have children. That's what makes you a parent. Parents' real issue is not so much as of the age of consent within 16 to 25. It's really about them knowing whether or not their child is ready. Because if you have here's an example. Tommy, he's 17, straight A student, born in a rich family. He got 3 million in the bank account. He's set up. He good. He's straight. And he himself, you deal with your son every day. You have a great relationship with your son, and the man is structured. They ain't got a day to worry about in his life, and he's a decent individual. He got a spirituality going on, whatever, blah, blah, blah. He meets a nice young lady. She 21. Bro, you know she older than you? Yeah, I know, Dad, but like we have a blah, blah, blah. He introduces her to you. Oh, shit, you gonna introduce me to that shit? She got a head on her, squared on or whatever. They having a relationship. You're gonna be like, nah, whatever. You got this, bro. They get pregnant, have a child. Everything's structured, everything's set. All the things that we normally would like, nah. All that gets thrown out of the window because that particular circumstance is set up. It's different. So certain things you can like, all right, whatever. Same thing for a daughter. For me, my daughter was like 18. She met a 23-year-old man. He older than her, but he's structured. He's good. I met him. I spoke to his family. She introduces me to him. Dude comes over the house. We play some basketball. We watch it. I know, first of all, I know he's clapping my daughter. He's probably been clapping her before she was 18. I'm not stupid. I'm a dude. I know.
But the thing about it, bro, once you see this 23-year-old, you're gonna ask this guy what it is that he wants out of you.
No. Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. When you get past that part with the guy, I get
that part, but hold on, let me intervene real quick. A lot of these situations, especially in America, I can't speak for where you're from, but these situations happen when a 16-year-old doesn't have a parent. So a lot of times she's looking for an older, guy that's looking up. Now, what that 23-year-old doing, looking at the 16-year-old, it could be a whole different thing. It could be that, now he's feeling like that's somebody he can manipulate. So that's why it's more responsibility on the guy, because you shouldn't be looking for somebody that you can manipulate.
But see, this is what I'm trying to explain. So here's a circumstance, because I don't think you're grasping what I'm trying to say. I'm talking about
I grasp
a parent, but what I'm talking about is not necessarily the circumstance. It's the reason why some situations you go, I know, and other situations like no. It's not necessarily the age of consent, but whether or not you feel. Some people don't feel that their children are ready at 25. They're like, oh no, you're still not ready yet. Some parents have their kids in their house until they're 30. They just don't trust the world or whatever. And like, no, I got you. I want to make sure you have $2 million in your bank account. You did 5 to 10 years at your job. You have this IRA fund, your 401k set, blah, before you even leave your house. Some people would call this overprotection. Some people would call this better preparation. And they just want the best for their children. And then some people, depending on the environment that they live in, like let's use here in Jamaica.
Hold on. What I need you to speak on, though, is the people who have parents, because that's what I'm telling you. A lot of these
the people who don't
gap
or
relationships come from they don't have parents. That's why these.
Oh, they don't have parents.
I can guarantee you a lot of these. Yeah, a lot of these gap relationships. The younger people, the younger ladies, they don't have parents to go to and say, "Oh, is this okay?" or a father
All
to
right.
go to and say, "Oh, is this okay?"
So let me give you then, let's answer that question specifically. Welcome to the jungle, Jamaica, right? So down here, you have two types of men. And trust me, one type over completely outweighs the other. You have men and you have fuckboys. And it's like a 90-10 ratio. So it's like 10% of men in Jamaica. And then 90% of the men from the ages of 16 to 50 are fuckboys. They never get out of the high school age. That's just who they are. That's just who they are. Girls are at 16 years old. They have no parents. They single mother, right? They live in a single mother parent. Times are hard. They got to make ends meet. This is the jungle, so to speak. Let me not use the term jungle because I don't want people taking this like I'm trying to be racist or anything. This is the third world, right? The society is completely different. You have younger girls at 16.
Hold on, real quick, bro. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I want to just answer like specific questions, not to be rude, brother, but you're getting a little too long winded. Like I want to hear what you're trying to say, but like if we're going too far off topic. But let's read some more of this story real quick. Let's just read some more of this story real quick, and we'll go from there. Okay, when it comes to your 17-year-old, I get it, whether it's a boy or girl, right? There is a point of time where we have to say, okay, it's consent. Whether they, okay, like you say, 23, you feel like that's too big of a gap, right?
Mm-hmm. I
Okay,
do.
okay, and that's for your boy or girl, right?
Yes. Well, yeah, if you're 60, okay, here's some of my criteria real quickly. I think it ties into what you're asking. At 16, if you're going to have sex, you should be ready to be a father. So if you're 16 having sex, you don't, are you still living with your parents? Are you financially able to take care of a baby? Are you mentally, psychologically ready? So I know we don't have this set up. I have criteria in which I've been teaching my niece. So have you mastered your fertility? Like, do you know when you ovulate? How many days do you ovulate? When are you ovulating? Do you have that master? If you don't have sex until you master your fertility. Period. End of discussion. I'm gonna teach you how to do this, right?
So
And so
let me,
at
can I ask
at
you a
16,
question real quick, just a point of view?
sure. Hmm.
Okay, if a guy is interested in your 16-year-old daughter, do you look at him as a predator? 23,
If
16.
I don't think predatory-ish. I would think there's something not right with him. Like, you're 23. I mean, where are the women of your era, like of your 22-year-olds, 23, 24? What would make you attractive to a young girl still in high school? I think something's not really, something's
If
with a
okay,
white
and
flag,
and
a white flag will
I get
pop off.
I get that. Okay, now let me ask you this:
Mhm.
as a 16-year-old,
Mhm.
um, would you think that it would be a horrible thing to date a 23-year-old? Is that just too older? Would you look at him as predatory?
Um, you asking the same question again for my daughter or for my niece?
For your son, if your
Oh,
son was dating a 23-year-old woman.
oh yeah, definitely. I'd be looking like, girl, what the hell are you doing? Like, what? Where
But
are the?
what if he's Kwame Brown? Put it like that then.
It doesn't matter.
17-year-old Kwame Brown, #1 draft pick.
It. I mean, for me as a mother, I'm thinking, like, if you're on your own, I don't know your business anyway. But if you're under my roof, right? Then what the hell are you doing? You know what I'm saying?
No, I'm saying say Kwame Brown played for the high school. Your son is Kwame Brown, right?
Okay.
He's done sprouted up to fucking 7 foot tall in high school. So he's temporarily a damn grown ass man, right?
Mhm.
He's a
Physically,
star
yeah,
basketball, yeah, physically. But he behind your back as a grown man and looking like a grown man.
right.
He caught interest of this 23-year-old woman. You know what I'm saying? because she's a good woman, she looking at him like this is a grown ass man. So they have a consensual relationship. He likes how she's helping him guide her. She probably good for him financially. She probably has, a home. She might be a teacher in another county or something. Never even she's a good woman. It's just that she's
And
23, 24 years old.
and
Your
he's
son's
6.
17, but your son is an overgrown boy. And he's 16, 17. He's 6 foot tall though, 250 pounds. He's a
17.
full grown man. He's bigger than most men gonna ever grow in their life. But he's
Right,
just
right.
16. But she's very good. She's a good woman. Like there's nothing wrong
Mm,
with her. And she's looking
I
at him like,
don't know
damn,
how
that boy
good.
look good. She looking at him like, but she got the same eyes as another woman. And he has the same eyes as another man. And he's looking at her like, damn, that woman look good. So he's of
Uh,
consent of 17.
oh, he's 17 now. First you said 16. Okay, he's 17. Um, I personally still would not be 100% okay with it. It was still like it would bother me. But if he's age of consent, I'll have to deal with it. But I wouldn't like it. It's like when my son's an athlete, all city, the captain of his track team, all that.
But
And
would you consider her like predator still if she's seen him in that light? I mean, you got a great son. And he's grown. I mean, it's not that because if she pass him up right now, then she
Mhm.
see him and he's 27 and she's 33. I'm like, damn, I missed out on a chance because, you know, I didn't
But
want to
that's
look like that.
different. When that's different. Your brain is developed at 25. So if you're 28, you're not 16. You're gonna have you're
But
on your
then
own.
somebody gonna say, well, damn, nigga, I'm rich now. You gonna try to come around when I'm rich? You could have got me before.
That's what do you
And
call it?
she'll
The
try to put,
efficiency.
she'll
No,
try to put
okay.
in her work before he got rich, so she'll know what is real.
I see your point. I see your point. I'm just saying, as a
Yeah,
mother, I don't see how I would find someone 16 or 23. I would have
I
never thought to look at
attract.
someone 16 as attractive or a potential mate of mine. But like again, that's just me.
I know,
So
I know. I'm just throwing it out there.
let me ask you then. So you
Go
just
ahead,
said
go
like
ahead.
your daughter, she's 16. She's
But she's
like you
20 now. That was when she let me know that she
okay,
lost
so
her
she
virginity.
was 16 when she lost her virginity. Okay.
Right.
Let's say instead of 23, he was 26, or say 30. Would you have an issue with that?
Well, since she has been sexually active,
No,
she's
before. Let's just say this. Say she hadn't been. This is before.
just her first time.
Hmm.
Oh hell yeah. I would be, I wouldn't be mad at her. I would be mad at why would this guy is trying to aim at I would look at him as a sexual predator trying to aim at a virgin, a 16-year-old virgin. Because that's just predatory. Now, if she was out here already wide ass open, you know what I'm saying? And he's a goddamn older dude. I know how dudes get down. I still think of him as a pervert though.
Okay.
But I wouldn't be as mad as him aiming at her virginity.
I see. I gotcha.
I know how pervert. I already know most dudes are fucking perverted. I done got that through my head. But as far as he's that type of dude and he's trying to aim at a virginity, that's extra perverted to me.
And so, like, if it was
Because
someone say
most
17.
prostitutes. Huh?
Hmm. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, let's say that the guy that she lost her virginity was like 16 or 17, and she was a virgin. Would that be less antagonizing for you than someone who was like 23, 24, 25?
Well, it wasn't antagonizing to me that he was 23 when she
Okay.
lost her virginity at 23. It didn't bother me that he was 23
Okay. I
because
got
she was at the age of consent. If she was 15, 14, now then probably been a problem. But
got
at that point, I knew she was about. I think she was 17. I'm sorry. Let me put my respect on my baby name. She was 17.
Okay.
16 was around the time I knew she was getting promiscuous. I was like, girl, I kept questioning you, girl, you have sex, girl, you have sex, you know what I'm saying? And
Wait,
then,
Was she sexually
yeah,
active or promiscuous? Wait, let's put some respect on her. Was she sexually active
right.
or promiscuous? There's two different things.
16, she was promiscuous. 17 is when she finally came to me and said, I just had sex.
But wait.
That's
I want
what.
to be clear. Promiscuous, she was out there in like just having sex with different guys. But sexually active, it could just be one guy.
Oh, okay. No, well, I don't want to be that then. It was just
Yeah.
only
I don't
one
want. Yeah, be
guy.
clear.
Yeah, she
Okay.
just lost. Yeah, okay. Well, when I meant promiscuous, I mean she was like, I could tell she was like, hey, I just met this guy. He said this and that to me. And I'm like, I don't know. And I could tell she liked it. So maybe I used my words wrong, but
Yeah.
I could tell that she was starting to get interested. You know what I'm saying, in guys, in boys. So that's what I
Okay.
meant. Oh
Okay.
yeah. She wasn't having sex then. Well, she was a virgin, but I could tell by our conversation that she was starting to get interested in guys. You know what I'm saying? So curious. That might be the better word. She was curious. So, and then when she finally did it, and I was telling her, she was telling me about she had a boy. She told me his age, and I'm like, "What the hell does a 23-year-old boy want to have?" You know what I'm saying? And she was like, like that," and she always try to convince me that, like, nah, I know what the hell going on. But she's in New York. I'm in Florida. Only thing I can do is just try to stay in her ear. You know what I'm saying? I can visit, but
Right.
I can't put on a fucking, she still lives with her mother. My brother's not here. I can't make her mother do anything. And I gotta wait till I wanted to wait till she finished high school. But when the pandemic came and they wasn't going to school anyway, she was able to just come here and finish her school. But,
Oh, okay.
Hey, Ears,
but yeah.
something, an elephant walked into the room regarding this entire matter. In some states, the age of consent is one age, and in other states, the age of consent is another. So
Right.
let me pose a question to you. Let's say in the age of consent in one state is 17, and a person lived there in that state. They grew up in that state. Um, at 17, they were already having sex with someone older than them. So they turn 25. They're still in their young adult life, but they've already been shaped in to a certain way. They go to a different state. The age of consent is 18. And the same behavior that they grew up in a state, when it was 17, they perform that action in the state of 18. Is that person a predator?
Not in my eyes. I just go ahead and go to the lowest age that they consented, and that's 16. And I mean, everybody's gonna have their different ages, but I say if there's gonna be 16 some places, I just take it at 16 everywhere. Because I can't, I can't make the damn law, but they making it. So I just go ahead and say it's at 16 and leave it there. Anything if a person is having sex at 16, I'm not looking at them as a bad person, but if a person is preying on a young person that really doesn't know what the hell going on, I look at that person before I look at the person that's actually out there not really understanding their body yet.
Yeah, obviously. But so from the point of view of, and this is where, I guess this is where,
But I
every,
think I think there should I think a 5 to 6 year gap is fair to me. I don't further than that, yeah, I think it gets a little bit more predatory. But I think because men, you should a woman should look up to an older man, not too much older, but you know what I'm saying, give you
yeah.
like a 5 year, because
Now,
that's the man that's gonna be able to help you and provide for you and give you and teach you and lead you like you need to. A guy your age, he's gonna kind of fuck you over. I
now
ain't
here,
gonna lie.
can
You
can I
trying to
put it?
date me and both of us are 16. Hold on one second. You trying to date me and both of us are 16, man, you ain't gonna get nothing but dick and immaturity. So you're
Can
gonna be ruined before you can find a real man,
I want to put
in
it?
my opinion. Go ahead, brother.
I want to put a disclaimer on your statement. A 5-year gap after the age of consent. Some people take that
Yeah,
sound bite.
after the age.
Yeah, Some
Right. I
people take
appreciate
that
that.
shit and make a soundbite out of him, like, yo, this nigga is over here talking about a
Yeah.
5-year. So
I
you
don't want to see
10
no
and yeah,
16-year-old messing with no 10-year-olds. Hell no.
exactly.
I'm talking
So,
about after the age of consent. After the age of consent.
Yeah,
so
I have a very different perspective on that. I mean, I've been young. I'm a young woman, so I
Go
know
ahead.
the
Go ahead.
experience. I know the experience. I could be here all day talking about my personal experience, but I'll just say that I'm happy that my niece is waiting to get out of high school, and now she's entering college soon. And then from there, once you get your stuff established, I don't think she was not ready to be having sex at 16. And her father is very much active in her life, and some 20-year-old guy coming to pick her up was not going to happen. I'm going to be, I mean, she's got a lot of people who's not going, but not at 16. But once you're on your own and you're established, then I'll say 5 years difference is not that, like 21,
And
26.
it comes down to maturity. It
but
comes
that's
down
what
to
I said.
maturity level. Yeah,
That's what I
but
said
see,
earlier, though.
when you have to make laws, you can't go base by base, you know what I'm saying, on maturity level on where people are in their life. So a lot of us would say, we look at our 16-year-old like, you ain't ready for no damn sex. We
Right.
can look at our 18-year-old like, you ain't ready for no sex. But that's what the
But
law says.
but you
So,
can go
you
to
know what I'm
war
saying?
18. If you go to the
Right.
military 18, you
Why y'all think I was shocked when my son was saying, I was like, he was, 16 going on 17. You ain't ready for no damn sex, boy, what the hell? You know what I'm saying? But hell, he thought he was. And,
right.
and so the law knows that, that you can't could sit there and keep the chain on your child's neck. You know what I'm saying? At one point, once we're as boys, we start growing hair on our nuts about what, 13, 14, 15, we got a whole bush, and now we're jerking off. So yeah, we're technically ready for sex. It just depends on who you feel like we should have. And the same thing
Have
with
sex
females.
with, right.
Yeah, and the
But
same thing with females. You're ready for sex. It just depends on who you have sex with now.
now, so
And
this,
that's the question. What okay, let me ask you this question, and then I'm gonna let you answer to Triforce.
Hmm.
What's the biggest gap do you think once you add an age of consent I mean, because the age, like, okay, so if you're 35 right now, if you date a 50-year-old, nobody's looking twice. Or if you
No one cares.
21 and you got a 34-year-old person, nobody's looking twice. So
Mm.
at what age do you open up that gap range? And I guess that's the question.
there's for me. Oh, I'm sorry. You want to go first?
No.
He was.
Let me go first, and then you can answer that after her.
Hmm. So I don't think there's a big issue between like 18 and 22, or because you're going to be going to, if you're going to college, just to say that you're going to have, that's like freshman, senior. You're
What
still
about
in.
18 and 30? But I mean, like, what age do you get to where you open up like that? That like, okay, now I'm cool with being my 18 being with a 30. Am I cool with my 20-year-old being with a 30-year-old? Am I
I'm
cool with
not
my
cool with my 18-year-old being with 30-year-old.
19-year-old being with a 28, 19 being with a 28? Like, when do
Uh,
we be able to let open more than, because you said 16 and 23 is too much. So
yes,
when do we be able to let that open up more? What age? 18,
maybe
21, 25?
late, mid to late 20s. Hmm. That's a good question to poll the audience, the listeners too. I would say
Well,
mid.
I need to
I
know
would,
how to form that question. I need to how would I
yeah,
form that
like
question?
mid, like 25. Like if you're 25
But
and
then,
31.
but you gonna control your child from who they want to date to their 25? I
No, I'm
mean,
not controlling.
like,
I'm the
you
least
can
controlling.
go the whole war and die before you can choose how old your mate can be.
No, they're able to choose. It's just that me. I don't go around. I told my niece, I'm like, come on, like pick one of these guys, go to the basketball games together,
So are you
enjoy
mad?
your
So let me ask you:
experience
Will
together.
you be mad at? Will you be mad at a 50-year-old guy talking to your 18-year-old?
Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely. 50-year-old talking to my 18-year-old niece.
What if she's 25 then? That's still a big ass gap.
I'm like, you looking for daddy? You got a daddy? What's up? Like, what's going on? Like, I have to we got to get you some therapy.
A lot of them are shit. A lot of them are shit.
Exactly. So when it comes down to the whole father wound, it's like women are either running away from their fathers or they're running towards them. Right? So we're gonna have to have a serious talk. What's going on? But no, 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 no. I would not want that for my niece personally.
But what if he's a good taking care of guy? Like he's great. Like he's giving her everything she wants. He's 40, she's 20.
Okay, you said 20 and 40. That's
Well,
still
I'm just giving. It's the same gap. I'm just changing the ages, but it's the same gaps.
20 years is a big difference at that. I think at 20, because
Yeah,
at 40,
I made it more easy.
right,
We was at 60.
right.
I just tried to. I'm gonna narrow it down, but I just want to start somewhere, and we'll narrow it down to see where we can get an understanding of, like, if say we was making a community right now, you know what I'm
Uh-huh.
saying? What would we put an age gap at after you hit consent?
Well, like I said, for me, like once you're like 21, between 21 and 25, I think, and if you have the right culture. See, the thing is, we don't have the rites of passages, we don't have the customs, we don't have the elders. I mean, in certain cultures, like in West Africa and even East Africa, the men had to go. Young boys were taken from their homes, and they had to bring back a lion's tooth to come back into the community to even be considered a prospect for someone, right? So we don't have those customs. So it would be very difficult for me to answer that question truthfully and like thoroughly, but just on top of
I
my
know
head,
it's a tricky
it's a
question.
complex question, right?
I know it is. That's why I asked.
but
It's a
but say
thinking
like,
question. I meant to make people think.
yeah, I
Go
love
ahead,
that
though.
question now because it
And then
does.
try force you could go right after she answers. I'm sorry, brother.
There's a lot of nuance to that, right? Like, because there is a maturity level, etc. I understand that, but before 40 and 20, at 40, you're experienced, you're established. She's still going to college basketball games, like really, like So it's like there's a big gap there. So I would want that for my niece. But if she's 25, 26, and she meets someone 36, hey, I don't have an issue with that.
What about 46?
I would have an issue with a 20-year gap at that age. Now, if she 38 and he 58, then hey, I'm like, I still would have a little,
Would you
but
look
I
at
would.
your son crazy? Would you look at your son crazy if he was 46 and successful and he wanted a 26-year-old straight out of college and still in her youngest days and her childbearing days? Would you be mad at him?
I wouldn't be mad at my niece either. So I wouldn't be mad, but I would have
Well, I'm
still.
not mad, but would you look at your son? Say you're an older woman now. You're looking at your son. He's
Hmm.
successful. He went his whole
Yeah.
life. He kept his penis in his pants, not just throwed it around and X, Y. Now he's finally ready for a wife, all that. But he needs a woman of a childbearing age. You know what I'm saying? Would you look at him weird if he found him a 26-year-old? She's totally old enough for consent. She's ready. She's out of college. She's, whatever. How would you look at him?
That's a great question.
So we don't have to always look at these age gap guys as
um,
predators. You get what I'm saying?
and I'm
Because
not.
guys, we are built. God put us here in different ways. You know what I'm saying? He put us here to sometimes have younger women. I don't know. I know a lot of people don't want to hear that, but at a certain age, if we want to continue on spreading seed, you know what I'm saying. Sometimes we have to keep going. If that he says be fruitful.
And
So
multiply,
I
right?
mean, now, yeah, and multiply. So yes, you can have a wife and have all the kids you want until you get to a certain age. But hell, what if you want to put more kids on the planet? You know what I'm saying? Is he
Yeah.
wrong for going to grab a 26-year-old? Is he a predator now because she's a 20-year gap?
Well, I want to be
She's a
clear.
grown woman. She's
I want I want to be clear. I wasn't calling these men predators because they were
No, no, no,
dating.
no. I know you wouldn't. I know you wouldn't. I
Oh,
definitely want to
okay.
make that clear. But I
Okay.
was just saying out there but what society would make that as predatory behavior. You know what I'm saying? And even if we took a couple of years off of her and took a couple of years off of him and just kept it at the 20-year gap, it depends on where you can start opening up that threshold of an age gap. That's pretty
I,
much my point.
I would just say I was standing by it. I think a 20-year gap is kind of wide. In my humble, it's just my opinion though. So if my son's like, oh, I'm dating someone who's 26, I'm just like, you're in two different seasons of your life. But if I met her and talked to her, or even if my niece met someone who was like, she's 26 and he was 46, and um, I think it is a wide gap. But if I met the person and we talked and and they seemed to really love each other or something like that, maybe that would ease me a little bit. But I do think 20 years is quite a big gap. But
Because
the older
you
you are,
know
the
that
less.
there's that situation. Because there's that situation with Marquise Houston, and he got a younger wife or whatever, and the world is on fire about it. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, how old is
And
he and how old is she?
like, I think Marquise Houston, he's in his early 40s and she's in her 20s. I think she's like 24 or something like that. He's like
Oh, but
42. I think she's like 24.
that's not something
Well,
unusual.
well,
And
well over consent, well over consent, and she, why he's a successful man,
hmm
and it's no, I'm pretty sure he probably treats her right. I haven't heard any fucked up stuff, so what's I don't see a problem.
I mean, I don't see a problem particularly. It's not my business. But that's not uncommon. I mean, older men date younger women all the time. I don't see why um, people be triggered by that. I'm just saying, if for my niece or for my son, like, um, or just I think
I
20 years
think
is
our grandparents. I think our grandparents used to do that.
used to do
Of
what?
course. He was saying our grandparents, they had age differences of that. I can agree. I mean, my grandfather was 20 years older than my grandmother. Yeah, he passed away at 100 and she was 80, but they had been together since they, back in the days or whatever. But
Well, that's
it
awesome.
don't look that it don't look that bad when they're 180 do it.
I know. Now, if
And
you're
that
80
that's
and 100,
When one is 100 and the other 80, oh,
Oh,
that ain't no big gap.
crazy.
All right. All right. So let me
What's
Hey,
up,
he wasn't.
Liz? What's
He
up,
didn't do nothing
Alima? How
wrong.
y'all doing?
I can't see who's
But
speaking.
salute to you, Deron. Let me let Triforce
Oh,
get in here real quick.
hi, Duran.
Hey,
My
lady.
bad. Go ahead, Helen.
all right. Hello, Joran. So, my opinion or my answer to the question is regarding on that is that everything is based on circumstance, the culture. It depends on the getting feedback. It depends on the
I'm
family.
gonna put you on mute, Deron. I think that's okay.
It depends
Go
on the
ahead.
family meeting. It depends on the family meeting the older person, whether guy or a girl. It depends on the mindset of the younger person, and how their life is structured, and where they or
My bad.
someone's feeding that. Okay,
I'm trying
and
to drop
depends
him
on
down.
where they're coming from. Because
I'm trying to drop him down.
I think Duran has to turn off his YouTube or the
Yeah,
conversation.
I dropped him down for a second. He can
Uh,
turn that off. Go ahead, brother.
so like in America, some people think, for the most part in America, a lot of people are turned off from anything that's above 3 or 4 years old, age difference. But like here in Jamaica and other parts of the world, 20-year gap is normal. There are predators and there are good guys. There are guys who are they're not. So like you'll have some older men who said, listen, they want a clean, fresh woman from start. They don't want no problems. They don't want quote unquote broken women who've been run through by a bunch of guys and they got to deal with all those problems. So they'll meet a younger girl. She's like 18. They're like 30 something. And they're with her for a while and she has her virginity still. She maintains her virginity. She was just 25. He then takes her virginity. They're married. They're together, whatever. There's a 20-year gap. They get to 100/80, nobody sees a problem with it, but then you have to ask yourself the question, well, if your grandfather was 100 and he died and your grandmother's 80, then when did they get together? There was a 20-year difference. But that marriage maintained until he died. So clearly that worked. So it all depends on it's all circumstantial. This is why parents need to be involved in the entire matter. So because if a parent, sometimes younger kids who want an older person are making it based solely on their emotion.
It don't always work though.
No, I didn't say I didn't say
No,
always.
no. I know you didn't say always. I'm just throwing it out there. You know, it don't always work. I just gave my grandfather and grandmother situation, but then I can go to my father and mother situation, and we all know how that turned out, and it was similar.
Which is my point.
So,
like it's all circumstantial. You have to.
Right,
It all
right.
depends on the person, but then it ultimately comes down to the parent getting involved to find out to help make that. The parent can help make that decision because the parent can deal with. First of all, this is why like the fathers are supposed to be giving away their daughters, and the mothers are supposed to be. They're supposed to be getting involved with the other adult so they can do the proper screening because the minor, not the minor, that's the wrong word, the younger person may not be matured enough to do the screening. That's where the parent comes in. So if a parent comes in and says, my daughter's 18, how old are you? I'm 27. It's like, okay, that's a gap. What do you find interest in my daughter? Some guys may just say, your daughter's virginity. I'm not with dealing with these girls out here with this blah, 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 whatever. I'm a structured man. This is what I want. I'm looking for a wife. Your daughter is someone I want to work towards building a family with. And, and I want to give her some time to grow out before she go. But I want that virginity. You see what I'm saying? I don't want someone who's taken. Now, as another man, a man would understand. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. So what you going to do for my daughter? What's your plans? Give me your 5-year, 10-year perspective. What you trying to do? Well, I'm working at this. I'm working at this job. I have this amount of money put down. I have a car. I can provide for your daughter. So when you release her to me, if you release her to me, she'll come into a home that's structured and taken care of. All right. And what you're doing right now, I'm just dating her. So you can have an ideal how I take care of your daughter. Because, once you release it to me, pretty much it. But I like to come around the family more so you can see you interact with me. Me and you need to go out, potential son-in-law and the dad. So you can gauge me, you can rate me and see if I'm fit for your daughter. And then the father then releases the daughter to the man. That's the traditional way, and it has worked for a very long time. Like I said, circumstance and culture, it's all different. There's no real, to be honest with you, there is no real answer outside of don't go under the age of consent. That's the only thing that's straightforward. Like, you can't be doing things to no girls under a certain age. But once they reach up an age that you think they're sound of mind, they may not have everything down pat, but they're sound of mind, then it's all circumstance. And you really need to just like go through the vetting process and to make sure you're making the best decision available or possible. Sorry. That's my take.
Okay,
Is Deron
okay.
still on?
Well, go ahead.
Was Deron? I know he came up.
Deron no, I had dropped him down while he was talking. Yeah, I was trying to bring him up, but it was something going on in his background. I dropped him down till he got finished because I didn't want to, break the man's thought. But Deron, you can come back up. I wasn't not bringing you up. I was just waiting till you got finished.
Ears, can I say something real quick? Ears, can I say something real quick? There's a comment inside the chat. I thought I was the only one who knew that.
Go ahead.
Shout out to Unity for Demo Cressy. Yeah. Just shout out to Unity. He know what it is.
Democracy means the ruler. I put it up here on the what's name. Yes, sir. Enough said. I ain't got to say it out loud. So yeah, but yeah, this is what's going on. Like I say, there's different situations, and I think there are different. Oh, here's Deron right here. What's good, Deron? Hold up. Where you went at? There you go. What's good, Deron?
What's up, bro?
You want to get in here before I wrap this up?
Yeah, man. I just woke up and I really didn't get a chance to hear it, but I don't know. I think it's different. Hi, Halima. Hi, everybody on the panel.
Hi,
How y'all doing?
Deron.
Hello.
I just think it's a difference. I mean, when it comes between women and men, like
Hmm.
I don't. I'm 44. I don't want no 24-year-old. Give me a
What's the
50 year
youngest?
old
What's the youngest woman you would date?
that I ever dated in my life.
No, no, no. Just say now, at your age now. What's
At
how
my
young?
age, no,
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't do it. She at least have to be over 40 because I
Why?
got I got daughters.
Mm-hmm.
So if I can't be with a 20-year-old when I got a 23-year-old daughter.
What if you was a man without daughters and you were
I was
just
thinking that too.
you was holding you was holding your whole life that you're like, hey, I'm focused on my career, I'm focused on the goal. Now you're just a rich man and you just want you a beautiful wife that can have some kids.
Want me to be honest?
Yeah.
I want you. That's
I
all I
can't
want you
say.
to do.
No, I can't say because I'm not in that
Hey,
position.
that's
That's
enough
fair.
right there. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
That's fair. That's all I'm saying. We
Hmm.
None of us can really say what we will do because we're not put in the situation. Everybody's situation is different. Now we know predatory behavior. We know guys that are looking at children that's not developed. They ain't even thinking about sex, and here you is putting sex in their damn head. That's predatory behavior. You know what I'm saying? This woman
Yeah,
right
I
here
don't
on
care.
this
Yeah,
last
you
woman right here on the last of this list, I gotta give her a little pat. Just not because she's a school teacher. I think she should be held to a high standard because she was a coach. She was a coach at
Hmm.
this school. You don't touch them kids. She invited the young man back to her house is where she did her deed. He's 17. She's 26. If it wasn't for
years.
school related, I would not be thinking that this is that. Please, brother, I let people on my panel, and I appreciate if people do not interrupt me when I am
Oh,
doing
my
my
bad,
host
bro.
thing. I really I know you it's your first time doing it, but I'm just for future references. If y'all see me going over the actual content, it would be very helpful if you guys do not interrupt me, and I will honorably let everybody give their opinion. But this is the only way I can run a successful show by people understanding what I'm saying. But stuff like that, it breaks my thought. But go ahead, bro.
Oh no, my bad, man. I ain't mean to what I'm saying, interrupt you. But as a 17-year-old or 16-year-old, and if I was in school and one of them teachers, I mean, I think the majority of dudes would just do it, sleep with them teachers. I mean, it was some beautiful teachers. Like I know how to type because of a teacher that I like. So I mean, I just like I say, I'm not in that predicament, and I can't speak on it because I don't know what I do. Is it right? I don't know. Hell, I just don't know. I can't speak on it because I've never been in that predicament.
Okay.
Yeah, I also
But
want to
this
say
is a great show, Halima. I appreciate you. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
one thing, and then I'm going to hop off. I also want to say I just want to call down the middle as well. Like I personally wouldn't date someone that was 20 years younger, or I personally, I may find them attractive or smart or something like that, but personally, it's just something I don't look at men that younger around my son's age or
Well,
my
but,
niece's age.
but say but say you but let's put it out there though. Like say you are a single woman. You raised your son. You see
Yes,
this handsome ass 25-year-old. He got his shit together. He ain't got
yes,
no kids, and he just find you attractive. He like, man,
yes.
you just fine. He gonna treat you right. He's successful. What? Why is you robbing yourself of true love just because of an age difference? He's grown. Yeah, he might be the age of your son, but he got his shit together. He's mature. He's everything that you'll see men your age not be this put together. Would you
I
rob yourself
agree.
of a real man?
I've met them. I mean, trust me. I mean, I get younger men hitting me all the time, and There was this one guy, very handsome, very virile, very. I mean, he knew he was sexy, all of that. But he was when
Don't rob
I'm not.
yourself,
I'm
man.
not saying it. I'm not
Don't
saying he.
rob yourself.
But no,
Is it lust or love though? Is it lust or love?
no. We had a working
But you
relationship,
never
and
would know
so
if you don't even open yourself up a little bit and give the brother a chance. He might be the
no.
perfect gentleman. That's how Stella
He
got
is.
her groove back, right?
Well, let me just say this. Let me say this.
Go ahead.
We're great. We're great friends now. Like we never crossed the line, but he would flirt with me, and he was very supportive of me. But now we do events together and things like that. He's married with the son, and happily married with the son. But we forged a really great bond. Not every relationship has to be experienced sexually, So, but yeah, but he would come at me all the time. He knew the right things to say to me, but I just kept that boundary because he just, and he was well established, good looking, and all of that. It's just not my preference. I'll just say that.
Salute to you, Helena. You are a class act. You are. I swear. I gotta give you applause. See, because you could have easily folded to that pressure. You know what I mean? And a lot of people do, and that's where it comes in. Like we know better. When you know better, you do better.
You do
And
better.
a lot of us, the older, we should know better. We can see it. Yeah, it looks good. It's like candy. We know it's good. We know it ain't good for us. Stay away from them young folks. Let them young folks live their life.
It's
At
like
the end of the day, y'all, we know they look good, but let them young folks live their life, man.
because I couldn't see myself. I'm like where are we at? Like if you're 20, 22, 24, and I'm 44, our mindset is not the same. And I think it'll
Well,
just
I
be
ain't gonna lie. Now, every now and then, you will run into a young person with a strong mindset. I was one of those young guys. You
no
know what I'm
doubt. You're
saying?
right.
So you'll run into like women. It's possible that a woman can run into a young, brilliant young man that got his stuff together. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it's possible that a older man can run to a smart 26, 25, straight out of college. Can run a Fortune 500 company kind of woman. Why should you rob yourself of a good woman just because of an age difference? You know what I'm saying? And if they're there, that's rare. If both of y'all are of consent or whatever, in my opinion, hell, don't let nobody's opinion stop you from being happy.
I guess it's a catch-22 ears. It's a catch-22. Like, damn if you do, damn if you don't. I feel
Right. People they gonna let you'll fuck around and see that same person 10 years later. You're like, damn, man, I should have got them because now they all ruined. They got kids from a shitty ass person. He was like, damn, I could have built something with that person. That could have been my babies. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody you can that can build with you. Like, yeah, you might die early. Shit, she can remarry. Shit, but you need somebody to take care of you. Yeah, but and she like an older man too. But I'm not saying that on a predatory owner. I'm just saying people shouldn't be looking for it. I ain't saying that niggas need to start preying on women or nothing like that. I'm just saying if it happens, you shouldn't rob yourself of happiness if it's there. You get what I'm saying? Because of that age difference. But don't be praying over people under the consent level. And I say, I'm not me personally. Now this is personal. I don't give a damn what the law says or nothing like that. Me as a 39-year-old, if I was single, I ain't talking to nobody under 25. And if I was 20 years old and I took that fucking 15-year difference, y'all like, oh, you a predator. Nah.
right.
But you know what I'm saying? So the age difference sometimes it goes to a threshold, you know. But legally, if a girl was 18, I could smash it and nobody now she's a prostitute, you ain't gonna tell me what if she 18, what she getting it. I want me a young one and she a prostitute. I mean, I'm just real. Hey, fellas, am I lying? If we looking for a
Now
prostitute,
you
we ain't looking for
are
no wife
actually
and all
telling
that
the
shit.
truth.
What we want.
You telling the truth, bro.
You know what I'm saying? Now I don't want no little 16-year-old, 17-year-old, but hell, if you're 19, girl, shit. You know what I'm saying? Like she's grown. So you gotta be
And
careful. Like and y'all don't look at me as a predator in a man in the fucking world. And when they when they looking to spend their money, they ain't looking for some young cheap. That's just the way the world works. Sorry.
And what's so
Let me
ironic
somebody
is
else.
that my bad, this actually happened to me. I was 22 and my youngest son's mother lied and said she was 19. She was 17. And I was 22. And I didn't know that it was like for 2 years I didn't even notice. Now I was doing my thing out here in the streets and still had a girl, but I didn't know that she was that age.
Come on, 2 years now. You ain't never tell her to go.
Nah, man, I didn't do that type of stuff. I was out here in these streets in them 90s. So she was just my girl. And she told me she was 19. I went with it.
I can understand that. That's normal back in those days. Like nobody asks for an ID and look out. Like in today's time, yeah, but back in the 70s, 80s, 90s, nobody did that. A girl came up to you, you were within that teen range between 18 to 22, and a girl
18
goes,
to 22, you're a fair
yeah,
game. Especially
and
if you're in your early 20s. Like they're
yeah,
shaming people.
I'm sorry, and a girl says, "Oh, I'm 19," you're gonna say, "Okay." You do not go. Let me see your driver's license. Nobody did that back then.
I mean, especially if you're 22, 21, around there. Like a lot of people would try to because they would lock kids up. Like if a kid is 17, another kid is 15. That's fucked up in my opinion. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like these kids are in school together. Yeah, they might, you know what I'm saying? But you talking about a 2-year fucking difference. Yeah, your daughter shouldn't be fucking, but she is. You know what I'm saying? She's not of age of consent, and he's of age of consent. But to get that technical with it, I think that's messed up. You know what I'm saying?
But what is
16
age
to
of consent?
21, I would be pissed off. I would be pissed off as a parent. But if my law says 16 to consent, I'm gonna be pissed off. But it's still the law. And I'm gonna ask that guy
We can't hear you, Ears.
Like I would be sick to my stomach if my daughter is 16 and my daughter brought a 19-year-old or 20-year-old. Like I like him, daddy. I would be sick to my stomach.
Oh,
I
so
mean,
you're not even liking the 3 or 4 year difference. So 16 and 23 would have been too much for you then.
I mean, it's just it's. Oh man, how can I say this and how can I put it to make it sound sense? It just like I don't want no 16-year-old with no 23, 24-year-old. I don't. She hasn't lived long enough, you know. And it's just like we go back in the day where
what if your
they
daughter
was having
graduated at
babies
16 and she's on her way to college? What if
she still don't know
she
life though. She still
graduated? Because you know some people do graduate at season. What if she graduated? She on the way to yeah.
it's just
I
like I
agree.
said, Ears, it's a
'Cause
catch
I ain't
22.
gonna lie, I'm gonna be
I would
looking at
be
that boy
contradicting
14 and
myself.
24.
I'll be
Yeah, I'm be looking at that
contradicting
boy. I'm like,
myself.
but if my boy had a 23-year-old, but if my boy had a 23-year-old girl though, here we is high fiving.
I know.
Well,
That's why I
So yeah,
said
it's
it's a
fucked up, man.
contradiction. It's a contradiction.
may I make a comment real quick? If my daughter was 17 and she was dating a 23-year-old guy, and I could get to know the 23-year-old guy, like I need to see this dude and what he's about and what he's doing, and he's a cool dude, and he passes my book, I'll let that rock. Versus my daughter being 18 with an 18-year-old guy, and I can't see the 18-year-old kid at all. I can't. They're of the same age. They're in the same school. I can't talk to him. He's still a mind. Well, he's of age. No, I'm gonna say she's 17 and that kid is 17. So I can't even deal with him as a young adult because he's a minor, and they're together in the same school. Versus my daughter's 17 and the guy she's seeing is 23, and they're not in the same school. But I can see the 23-year-old guy. See, one I can hold accountable as a young adult. One I can vet and find out who he's about and what he's doing, whatever. The other one I can't.
Now, most people, yeah, but like he's going to be having sex. They're already having sex, both of them. Whether it's the 17 and 17 or the 17 and 23, they're already having sex. But I can hold one accountable. The other 17-year-old kid, I can't hold him accountable as a man. He can have sex and impregnate my daughter, and that's just that. It has to be chalked off as, oh, well, they just kids having sex and now they pregnant. What am I going to do? Hold on this 17-year-old kid to be responsible for bringing another life in the world with my daughter? No, but I can hold a 23-year-old guy. This is where parenting comes in on the matter. The age difference is all circumstantial, in my opinion. I'm not trying to force this opinion on anyone, but accountability, structure, and foundation needs to be in place. There has to be order. And if we're just going things by how we feel or whatever the case may be, this is why this is out of whack. There's no order because we're just doing things based on how we feel.
How do you guys think about this situation? I had a friend. She was a senior. I was in 8th grade, and it was like a little private school, whatever. And so she was having sex with and called her boyfriend another 8th grader. He was 13, and they were having sex. And then when his mother found out, she called the police on this young lady, this 18-year-old woman, but still in high school. What do you guys think about that situation?
Who told?
That's a tight one. We'll start off with Duran.
Who told? Who told? I don't want to know. It's like,
But that ain't the important part. What do you think about it?
I mean, if I'm 15 and she's 18, no, it's 13. 13.
He's 13. He's 13.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's living his best life. I'm sorry.
Even as a father.
That's why I said it's a catch-22, and I'll be contradicting myself.
Right.
You know, I mean, it's just.
How about you try for us?
In terms of what again? Hello?
Yeah, she said that she had a friend, and her son started having sex with an 18-year-old in high school. You say it was Malima?
No, she was in my school. She she was a senior, and he was in the 8th grade. He was 13. She was 18.
No, I'm busting my son's ass. Nah, he out of pocket. That means I failed somewhere. I went wrong somewhere. Because at 13, he's jumping the bones of an 18-year-old. Like, okay, bro, where you get all that from? So I messed up somewhere. I let something slip. He has to get correction. I'm gonna be like, no. Whoa. You got to slow all that down. You got to come up. And that's not even me based on like being a hypocrite. I lost my virginity at 18. So I lost my virginity to my first wife, and we were married for 13 years. Then I got divorced. Well, she divorced me. I tried to stop it, but whatever. We're not talking about me. But nah, at 13, he's out of pocket. That's crazy.
How about you? Oh. Mm-hmm.
I would be concerned with this young lady that's taking advantage of a 8th grader, because she knows he doesn't know any better. But I don't think I would put any. I don't know. Yeah, that is a catch-22, because if that was a guy messing with my 13-year-old, yeah, I'd be ready to lock his little ass up and beat the shit out of his ass.
But Ears, when you was 13,
I would take it. I would take in consideration, but I guess my body wouldn't let me be so harmful to that woman. But I definitely would want some action taken.
Okay.
Like Ears, when you was 13, was you a little dude at 13, like a regular kid, video game dude, riding bikes, playing in the dirt? I mean, let's just think about it. Some of us are raised in the hood, and at 13, I mean, there's some grown boys. I mean, it just happens.
Oh yeah, when I was of that age, one of my brothers had got me something from a girl that was 18. I mean, we didn't look at it fucked up.
Right.
I was a little kid, you know what I'm saying? The girl that gave me something, hell, she just did it because my brother told her to. She was 18, I'm 13.
Just for a random person.
So
then
that'd be something I would think about when I'm about to maybe press charges on this young girl, maybe at school, having sex with my young kid. As a father, that's something I would have been thinking about. I'm like, damn, She just being a little slut. You know, she don't know no better. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, but will I be thinking about that if it was a little boy? I would probably be like, damn, this little nigga know better. That girl too young. You know, it's a different standard. It's fucked up, but it is.
It is, yeah.
Ears, there's because I answered your question. What would I think about my son? As for the lady, the 18-year-old lady, I'm gonna definitely press charges and whatever the case would be. I don't want people thinking like I'm gonna ignore what she did to my son. But my son at 13 is gonna know better either way. He know he messed up because at 13 I knew, and
I'm
and I
I'm
would
gonna
rate.
I'm gonna actually talk to my son, and I'm gonna see how it happened. If I felt like he was if he was actually going at it and he was participating as far as like pursuing her, now she might have was stupid enough to let him do it, but it might be something that I would give a pass to, but I wouldn't be in approval of it continuing. But I wouldn't want to ruin her life out of a stupid decision she made right there. That would be probably what I would do.
There's a
Now I
there's
know
a
the law and everything.
That's admirable right there. That's admirable right there.
there
Because
there's a punishment for that because at 18 it all depends because like I don't think a 18-year-old schooler's life should be well actually no I'd still stick with ass whooping.
If it was a boy, you know what we
No, the
gonna do
reason
to
why
him. So
the reason
yeah,
why I'm
because we
saying
gonna be
that is
like
because
we gonna like, boy, you old enough to know better.
yeah, the reason why I'm saying that is okay, let's say it's a 16-year-old, let's say it's a 16-year-old girl having sex with your 8-year-old son. Nah, fuck out of here.
oh,
No,
oh,
no,
hell,
she's still getting it. So she's 18, my son's 13. No, you're crazy. Like, come on, man. Like, there's 18-year-old guys in your class. If you want to slut it
But
up, you can do that.
hold on. Do you think that a 16-year-old girl would know like fully know better than to mess with, say, like a 9-year-old boy?
oh,
Do you
Yeah,
think that they should?
they
Do you
they
think they
they,
should
they
be
know
punished
that.
for the rest of their life?
They shouldn't be punished for the rest of their life, but the question is, do you think they know better? Yes, they definitely know better. Any once I don't even want to put an age limit on it, but like, come on, as a kid, like you in high school, why would you be looking at junior high? Like if you're a kid, why
Well, I
would you be
think I
looking
think
at
it's a more of an
intermediate?
experiment thing. I
Yeah, but
think it's
that you can
more of an
but you can
experiment
experiment.
thing because
You
they
can
don't mess with boys their age.
but that don't make any sense.
have you have you
Who
have
goes
you anyone
backwards?
have any one of you guys ever liked somebody that was older than you?
Me, no.
Right.
Have I liked a man for me, a man who's older than me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah, I like plenty of women older than me. Yeah.
like my mother friends. I used to sleep with my mother friends. I hate to say this. I hope my wife don't hear this,
Oh
but
Lord.
my mother used to get mad at me because I used to sleep with her friends.
Damn. I've
Hey,
seen that happen
ears.
And
before. I've slept with homeboys' mothers before. I so
I mean,
I know it.
Hey, Mrs. Parkers.
Oh
yeah,
yeah, so
that's a Miss Parker
yeah.
joint. It's
Nah,
like,
I've smashed a couple of homeboys' mothers. Or
Hey,
they wasn't my homeboys, but it'd be guys that I know I went to school with.
hey,
man, if I
ears.
told you what my
I ain't gonna
mother
say they
caught me doing to
homeboys.
one of her
I
friends,
ain't never smashed none of my homeboys' mamas, but there'll be somebody I went to school with. Yeah, yeah. I went
Hey
there.
guys,
it's
pardon
just
me.
different for dudes. It's different for dudes, and dudes got daughters. It's like it's just it's a double standard. It is. That's what it is. It's a double standard, and we just gotta call it that. But do I want my 13-year-old daughter sleeping with 15, 16,
Is
17,
that me
18
or
year
is he
old
breaking
dude?
up?
I can hear him.
Now I don't those are our daughters, so it's gonna be a different standard. That's just what I believe.
Guys, I don't mean to interrupt. I
Is
just
that
don't want to
me
be.
or is he underwater?
Who, Triforce?
Yeah, it sounds like I don't know
No,
if
I'm
that's
muted.
my end.
Testing,
There,
testing. Can
Somebody's
you
trying to
guys hear
talk.
me properly?
there is some feedback. I am
It's
hearing them.
Can
Yeah,
you hear me?
somebody was talking, but I couldn't hear what they were saying. Yeah, go ahead. We can hear you now.
Oh, I just was saying that I don't want to just walk out on the stuff, but I actually got to go. So thank you for having me. And thank you
Yeah,
for
we about to
other guests for
wrap
input.
this up anyway. We about to wrap this
All
up
right.
anyway. I appreciate you for coming up and having a discussion, man.
No problem. Thanks a lot. When you get a chance, check your IG. But I gotta go. Thank you guys for having me. Talk to you guys later.
All right,
Thank you.
bet.
Yeah, I sent you something too, Ears.
Okay, bet. I'll check that out.
Yep, I sent you something too.
Bet. So, Helima, did you want to get in the last word before we get out of here? I mean, this was a great discussion. It was just all hypothetically and, just going
Right.
over what's some of the stuff going on or whatever and how we would feel about it. And if
Yeah.
we're going to have opinions about it, how would we do it if we had a community? I mean, where
Right.
does the threshold go? When is it appropriate for a person to date somebody older or younger? And when we switch the gender roles, when do we get offended by it? Like, there's a lot of things that's in question when it comes to these subjects.
Oh my gosh, yes. You see how complex these conversations are and layered and the nuance. But I would just say that as an aunt, a mother, and just you have to prepare your children conversations and actually teach them how to know their bodies and respect their bodies and respect the opposite sex bodies, right? I think we do need a higher level of sex education. So that we really know what we're doing with one another. And then don't expect the schools to teach your children about their bodies, about these things. So I think, like, my mother didn't tell me anything. I think those conversations were taboo back then, right? But I do think that we have to have these conversations and really think about them because they're not easy answers. So, but I love the conversation and thank you for having me, Ears. It was fun.
I never had a sex talk with nobody.
Hey, I ain't never had a sex talk either. My brothers and my uncle taught me everything I knew about sex. And I'm gonna tell you what my uncle taught me. And he say, "Pussy ain't got no face."
Oh my gosh.
That's what this is what I learned about sex coming up.
See, this is how they teach us. This is wrong.
This is how we get taught by men. You don't have no random men teaching your boys about sex because they gonna tell them shit like that. Pussy ain't got no face. And my brothers, I learned from my older brothers, and they was just trying to smash anything, boy. You don't trust these hoes. They was learning from Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg. So
Yep, that's what we learned from. Yup, exactly. The Chronic album.
y'all gotta understand, men are not men or sex. Y'all think that we coming out here and we know what the hell going on. We coming at y'all from what we heard in rap songs.
Right. Oh my
So
gosh.
you teach these young men.
Oh, would you
Hey.
mind? Would you be open to having a discussion just on the sex part and maybe have like a sex expert, a male sex expert to talk about this?
Yeah, sure.
I saw something on Billy Carson. They were talking about that. I was like, oh, this is a good idea.
I'm gonna go check that out and see kind of how it went or whatever. I
It's
gotta
with
be
his
careful
wife.
with that.
Oh,
'Cause
okay.
I feel I get uncomfortable when it's men up here and we talking about sex.
Yeah, I know. That's why I was like, no, I don't want to hear that. Like,
But
no.
then at the same time, I have to be careful because I have a woman. So when I'm talking about sex too.
see.
So
Okay.
yeah. Let me just see how what angle I need to go at this at.
Well, let me know. Let me know. I have some people that you may find intriguing and informative.
Send me a
Yes.
link. Send me a link in my email so what I'm saying I can be aware of what route we're going at, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Okay.
But I think, though, having sexual education with these young babies, I think is imperative that we do that. I mean, especially if you have kids, like with girls.
You breaking up
I
real
mean-
bad. I don't know if that's you or me, but it's breaking up real bad.
Oh.
Is that me or him? Can you hear him?
I can hear him well. Yes.
I think that's you, weird. But I don't know. We should inform our children and let that be that. Because, like I said, we didn't have sex talks growing up. Like that was so uncomfortable. Talking to your mom about sex or talking. Well, I didn't have a
Right.
father.
And like I
It's like,
said, me and my son are damn near best friends, but like that's whenever I try to talk to him, like, all right, Dad, I don't want to talk about this shit.
yeah, I don't want to
Like
hear
it got,
that.
it got always. We can talk about it. Me and him talk about sports. We talk about now. We talk about sex, but right before he wasn't sexually active, it was weird to him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now that he know what's going on, yeah, it ain't weird no more. But
Yeah.
I don't think he ever talks to his mother about sex.
No. How old is your boy, Ears?
He'll be 22 in a couple of months.
Okay, see, mine's 26, and I never had that talk with him. Do I regret not having that talk with him? I don't know. He don't have any babies, and I just don't.
See, when we have to play these distant father games, like when you're not dead in the household, which it happens a lot. You're not gonna always work it out with the mother of your child. So sometimes, and me and my son's mother, we do a pretty good job of co-parenting. But co-parenting, you don't get the everyday life of being able to see when your child is going through those different changes and stuff. So I have to go off of phone calls and pulling up at
Yep.
sporting events and stuff like that. So I don't get like you miss those talks when you know that that maybe coming home for football or something, and he could tell you, "Hey man, I had this different experience or whatever." They don't tell you about that type of stuff. They only tell you about the most important stuff. So that's why I didn't know that my son was having sex till after he did it. Or same thing with my niece or whatever. Like us men, that part of getting us out of the household that stops stuff like this from us being able to get our kids under control where they're not out here being sexually exploited. And I can
Right.
guarantee you a lot of these boys that were having sex with these teachers, they were just dealing with single parent households. They didn't have a male in the I can guarantee you, I don't know for a fact, but I bet you a lot of these were single parent mothers that didn't really understand, that their son gonna be out here smacking something. And then, hell, if it runs into a teacher that's pretty hot like this one that's on the screen, what are we gonna say?
I
You know?
I don't know, because that lady that taught me how to type, she used to come in there with leather skirts, and I mean black and red leather skirts and halter tops, and I said, no, I want to sit in the front of the class. I like her. And that's what I did. And I learned how to type because of her. Because but as a father and as a man, you know what hurted me the most? And Halima, I hate to say this, and I guess you can attest to it, but when my youngest daughter, got her period, I was like, no. Like, no, that hurted my heart. I don't know why it hurted my heart, but I was like, no.
Don't grow up.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's don't grow up, because that's usually the issue.
Hell, it hurt my heart when my niece told me she lost her virginity. I'm like, no,
Oh, no.
You ain't got your husband yet. I told you don't do it. All right, man. Please don't get pregnant. Please try to find your husband.
It's just it's a double standard, man. It's bad.
Yeah.
It's a double standard.
I wasn't too mad. I wasn't too mad when my son said he got him a little cootie. I was like, what?
You're
I shook his hand.
We over there like, hey, I said, how you did? Like we over
What
there.
you do, right?
Yeah. You done tried this position yet?
And I know you didn't tell your daughter. I know you did that.
Hell no. And she still be to this day, she tried to tell me about sex. Like, man, this dude was doing. I don't want to hear that shit.
I don't want to hear that shit.
She be trying to tell me about, like, yeah, man, this dude. And so I gave him something. Shut up. I don't want to hear that.
Right.
She's too
I
damn
don't want to
comfortable
hear
now.
that.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and I, she lives her life. Do your thing, baby girl. You know what I'm saying? You young. And she like, don't worry about it. Okay, I promise you, won't no nigga get none of this unprotected sex.
Oh,
She say that, but she like, I'm gonna live my damn. She gonna live her damn. Well, she got a boyfriend now, and she stay faithful to him. But she tells me now her sexual encounters, and it pisses me off now. But when my son tells me, it doesn't bother me as much.
It don't bother
They
me.
both do it. They both do it. So yeah, there's a bias.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But
I don't want to hear
with
that
my
crap.
kids, they know they know how I am. They know UFO could come out of the sky and I'm not gonna act, surprised. So they know I'm not surprised about whatever. That's why they come and talk to me, and that's what we have to be as parents, man. It's not that
Yup.
they're not gonna do it. Have them comfortable enough to talk to you about it.
Yup.
That way you can prevent unwanted pregnancies. You can prevent diseases, these problems
Mm-hmm.
that we having out here. Practice family. That when you do decide to have a child with a person, make sure you're married.
Make sure
And
you're
leave
married.
ain't
Say
nothing
that
wrong with going out
again,
here. Ain't nothing wrong with going out here and getting your nuts off. Go have you some fun or whatever. But put on that damn protection. And before you have a baby with somebody, make sure y'all are locked in and y'all have an understanding.
Know who you
That's
sleeping
the
with.
moral of the
I
Know
love,
exactly who you
right.
sleeping with.
I
Know
love that
who
you.
you sleeping with. I'm sorry, Helene.
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry.
No, go ahead. There's a little delay on my end. That's why I was talking. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, know who you sleeping with. Like, just get to know that person. That's what I think.
I love ears that you're able to have those uncomfortable conversations with your children. It's very important that they feel they can come to you. And I think sometimes if you just go into your homegirls and to your homeboys, we know what that leads to. So
Right.
that's
They gonna tell them all the wrong moves.
yeah.
I don't even think my
But this
homeboys
was a
was
great
having
show,
sex.
man. This is a great show, man. This is a great topic. I'm probably gonna go live in a little bit. Y'all let me take a little break, get stretched out. Let me figure out what else we can go live about. I'm off. I gotta drive to damn South Carolina in the middle of the night, so I might end up doing a live in the middle of the damn night. Um, but no, I'm bringing y'all the content. Let me look around, see what's going on in these YouTube streets. Is to the streets might be back with some regular content, or we might get some wabbits. No telling, no telling, no telling. But y'all hit that like button, man. I appreciate the people who came up on the stage. Halima, we got Deron Davis up here. Any last words, people?
Just thank you.
Well, y'all know y'all my people. I listen to y'all all the time, so I got mad love for Ears, Halima, Lovelace, KB, everybody. I love y'all, man. Y'all make my day. Y'all make my day go. Cause I'll be at work laughing. They be like, "What is you laughing at?" I'm like, "Ain't none of your business what I'm laughing at."
Ears has turned up. He has been. I mean, I have been rewatching your lives, Ears, and just been cracking up. It's like been my humor therapy or something. But you have turned up, and I had just been cracking up rewatching your live streams and your
Yeah,
videos.
Ears been
Well,
showing
I'm
his
glad
ass
y'all.
these last couple days.
I'm glad y'all can enjoy it, man. That's what I'm aiming to do. I'm about to take a break from work just to give y'all more entertainment because it's I don't know what people are always trying to shame me about coming to YouTube to goddamn do something. Hell, I like doing this more than I like doing my duck work. Maybe they're right. So
Goddamn
I
Ears,
don't
I was
mind
about to
coming
tell
and
you
having
you was
fun
looking
with it.
for a worker, Ears. I was about to say I'm about to come down to Florida and work with you. Now you don't want to do no duck work no
Man,
more.
I'm almost about to retire. Shit. I'm only putting in a couple of more hours. I'm reaching around my 100 house mark or whatever. I got this shit out the way. I got a contractor up in Jacksonville that's asking me to come and help them put together a hotel, and I might take that contract or whatever. But it'll be more relaxing than what I'm doing right now. So yeah, I'm waiting on them. If they got the check, I'm on my way. But other than that, man, I like getting on here. I like talking with people. I like going over real life situations. Hell, I even like roasting rabbits. So, content creation, hey, it's a fun thing to do. I did go to digital filmmaking school, and I owed they ass $13,000 that they got their money. So I got to get that money back. So it's not like I didn't go to school for this shit. You know what I'm saying? So, I
I
got to at
tried
least
to
get
get at you,
something back
man.
out
I
of
was
my
down
digital.
there. I tried to get at you. I was in Universal Studios. Y'all, my sister is an executive for Universal Studios, and I just got back home. Probably about maybe 15 hours ago. But when I was telling you about that gator was in that pool, Yep. So my sister works at Universal Studios, man. Anytime you want to go down there, take your family down there, man, just holler at me and I'll have her get with you and do what you do, bro.
Okay, bet that up, bet that up.
Yep.
So y'all, we're gonna wrap up the show like that, man. Make sure y'all hit that like button if you haven't already. If you're having a hard time getting a notification, make sure you unsubscribe, subscribe back. See if that worked for you. Y'all can look in our link description and y'all can see the merchandise and everything. So if you would like to grab you a cup, a mug, anything you want to, a shot glass, all kind of stuff. We have all kind of neat stuff on our merchandise page. Uh, Lady Ears is working on a new edit to show y'all the things as far as what we have in our marketplace. But go check us out, man. It ain't too expensive, according to what you're getting. But Halima, always nice to have you up here. Salute Deron Davis. And y'all, I'm gonna get up out of here, man. We've been on here for almost 5 hours, man. They
Damn, you
say
been on
ears
here for
ain't got
this
no
long?
content. They say ears ain't got no content. What the hell is this?
You been on here for 5
Y'all,
hours?
we've been on here for 5 hours talking about these nasty ass teachers. But y'all have a good day. Ears to the streets, Wick Made 912. I'm out y'all area. Salute.
Bye, Halima. Damn, I gotta go check ears out. He been on here for 5 hours. What the fuck? I been asleep this long?
Money coming by 100 miles, you can look and tell I be having it. Ever since I jumped off the porch, I took an oath to go after it. Guacamole, that fettuccine. In the kitchen with the stove heat. Water running, money coming, I'm moving up just like Georgia Weezy. Please believe it, I'm certified. Know so hard from 9 to 9. I done took about 100 losses, but they came up about 1,000 times. This right here, that real shit. Mid-time to this bill is. Them niggas that they love to hate, they motivate me to get the cake. Still running that sack up.
Breath, point them out, make them live what they rap. Big cap niggas ain't living like that. Do the most, get too close, you a ghost. Dope is the dope, you get more than the dose. Give all that I got till it ain't nothing left. I don't need no help, I could do it myself. I'm really a chef, cook it right out of left. Run up a check till I run out of breath. Point them out, make them live what they rap. Big cap niggas ain't living like that. Do the most, get too close, you a ghost. Dope is the dope, you get more than a dose. Give all that I got till it ain't nothing left. I don't need no help, I could do it myself. Niggas big cat like a Mexican Fiesta. Dope on the scale, you won't get no extra this way. Make your hoe do what the money say. Tell your old man he don't want it, babe. I just bought a new stick the other day. Put dope on the stove or microwave. Neighbors don't like the J, they keep calling. Come on. I'ma keep serving the dumb and defy the ranks. Just smell like fungus. No Q and not just the city. Keep focus my business, I'm just being honest. Keep dealers and killers among me. Wrap your ass up like a mummy. Stand that little white hood and dip on her. I feel like OJ little homie. To the plug, the car, I'm alone. Send it to the Pope man. Freddie P fly higher than most. Higher than most. Try me, didn't I see a ghost? 93 OG, it came from West Coast. Tired to your hoe, I just came from my throat. MOBB, OG gang, oh, let's go. Go take a seat, get at the kitchen, I'm cooking, keep whipping it. Long as promoters keep booking, I'm running it. You get it all till I'm done with it. Give me that reaper, your block, you won't get it. Hell with the scale, got it booming like speakers. I know what I'm doing. Don't need no features, court dates and funerals, commas and numerals. Really a chef cooking up right or left. Working my move, I need more than enough. These niggas bluff, they really not tough. Head first, running up a check till my heart start 3-point. Working on my shot, trying to get high. Swear to God, promise not to fold, never flip flop. Good smoke, good dope, busting out the zip lock. Don't think about it, you try, you might die. These niggas capping, they living a lie.